c. 2363. c. 2363. When the ground-suppressing immortal elephant heard Chen Xiang, it was silent for a moment. Chen Xiang did not urge her to do so. He was sure that the ground-suppressing immortal elephant was facing such a difficulty as well. Only the evil spirit race and the undead divine race are up there now, and they are allying with each other. If they all come to Star Law Divine Realm, I won't be able to do anything either. The ground-suppressing immortal elephant said, "Their strength is extremely strong and is not something that I can touch." Qin Xiang was rather disappointed to receive such an answer, but he could understand it. He knew the power of the evil spirit race from the memories of the other undead divine races. Otherwise, they wouldn't have forced the H-E-L out of him. It's not like there's no other way. It's just a bit whimsical, but that's the only thing I can think of. The ground-suppressing immortal elephant suddenly said, "Senior, what is it?" Qin Xiang asked immediately because the undead divine race above him would arrive very soon. It is to destroy the laws of time and allow time to return to the desolate land. During that time, experts were as common as the clouds. Even though the evil spirit race and the undead divine race are very powerful, they would not dare to act arrogantly when facing other races. The ground-suppressing immortal elephant said, I don't really understand. If we were to destroy the laws of time and reverse the flow of time, wouldn't our era disappear?" Qin Xiang frowned. He indeed did not understand. "No, if you link this era to the primal chaos wilderness before you destroy the laws of time, then this era will cover the primal chaos wilderness and the two generations will coexist." The ground-suppressing immortal elephant said, "The purpose of destroying the time laws is to prevent the evil spirit race from being able to go against it. Without the time laws, how would the world function then?" Qin Xiang still didn't quite understand. "You don't have to worry. Once the laws created by the heavenly Tao are destroyed, they will start all over again. The challenge for you now is how to find the source of the time laws and how to connect the time of two eras so that the time of two eras can be fused." The ground-suppressing immortal elephant said, "If we do, are we safe?" Qin Xiang asked again. Although he did not have a clue right now, he would definitely work hard in that direction. Originally, there were many races above natural law divine realm, but they all suddenly disappeared, leaving only evil spirit race and evil spirit race. Do you know why? The ground-suppressing immortal elephant said, "Why?" Qin Xiang had heard about this strange incident from the memories he had searched for, but he did not know why. Because they have all returned to the primal chaos wilderness. Back then, the various races were all extremely powerful. They knew that they could not stop undead divine race and evil spirit race now, so they could only do this. The ground-suppressing immortal elephant said, "It's just that they have the time and soul to help, so it's easier for them to do so. Why didn't they connect these two times, as you suggested?" Qin Xiang asked. "Then there won't be so much trouble." Because they have already given up on this era and have no hope towards it, they will return to the past and create a new era. As they develop, they will avoid the mistakes that occurred in this era. The ground-suppressing immortal elephant said, "That's why their current development timeline is different from ours. Our era is an era of abandonment." After all, he was not familiar with this kind of profound laws of time. The only thing he could understand was that the other races in natural law divine realm had all gone back to their era of prosperity and stability, and then allowed this era to be destroyed. What about the D of time? Let this bro help us out and bring us back, okay? Qin Xiang asked. The D of time has died, but he will be reborn in the past. The ground-suppressing immortal elephant said, "So it's very difficult for you to find the time laws." Qin Xiang scratched his head. This was indeed a headache. If I let these two eras connect, would they blame me? Qin Xiang laughed bitterly. Don't worry, this is already their mess. But they just left, not caring about our lives. a person in charge of the heavenly Tao who was so irresponsible, who did not even dare to put his life on the line and just left like that. The ground-suppressing immortal elephant was currently very angry and had been abandoned as well. She had controlled this heaven and H-E-L for many years and had separated from her own son for so many years. All right, I will think of a way to find the time laws, after which I will connect them with the desolate land and cover this era. Chen Xiang did not know if he could succeed either. After all, he still did not quite understand what was going on. Right now, he only had one concept: returning to the era of the primal chaos wilderness. Chen Xiang felt excited just thinking about it. Listening to the words of the ground-suppressing immortal elephant, he knew that the life forms at that time were all extremely powerful under the stable circulation of their natural law principles. He cut off the connection between him and the ground-suppressing immortal elephant. Then let Dai Donggong come in and bring him out. Leader, did you get anything? Dai Donggong asked quickly. Yes, we'll talk about it later. Chen Xiang called Wu Ji and the others over. Wu Ji and the other undead divine race S knew a lot of things, so Chen Xiang hoped that they would know some clues. Elder Wu, do you know how to sense the existence of the time laws? And destroy him? Chen Xiang asked. What? Wu Ji was shocked. Didn't you want to protect the heavens? Why are we also going to destroy the heavens' path? I am doing this to protect the people of Star, Law, Divine Realm. You all have seen how evil the undead divine race that came to visit is. The evil spirits in the heavenly law of H-E-L are even more terrifying. Chen Xiang said, I plan to link this era with the primordial chaos and savage era. Wu Ji, Dai Donggong, and the others frowned as they thought about the complexity of this matter. Huang Jintian said, This method is not bad, but the problem is how to combine two eras. It was just my negligence back then that natural law divine realm had developed to this extent. If it were to cover the past, it would indeed be interesting. Even if the various clans of the natural law divine realm were to return to the past, they would not want to die, and they would have nowhere to hide. This is the only way. Chen Xiang said, When they went back to their past and changed their history, they would not affect the present either, because when they changed their history, they created a new direction and will form a new future. If we do not go back, then maybe we will be there not long ago. Yeah, that's why we have to go back. I don't want any other generation to have me. Huang Jintian laughed. These guys leave us alone. They run back to hide and at the same time correct their mistakes. But mistakes are something that we have to bear. We can't let them relax. We have to extend this era into the past and let them continue to bear the consequences of their mistakes. Huang Yantian said, That's right. So when the time comes, we'll destroy the time laws so that they won't be able to hide. Chen Xiang said, See 2364. See 2360 for the problem now was how to sense the laws of time and connect it to the primal chaos in this era. Wu Ji and the others were all deep in thought. This was indeed a difficult problem. They knew very well that the undead divine race above would arrive quickly, so they had to finish it quickly. Otherwise, if the natural law divine realm and the undead divine race were to join forces, they could break through the entire star law divine realm very quickly. At that time, the everlasting mountain would also be taken down. And if the seal is released, the strong evil spirits that are sealed inside will come out, and then there would be nowhere for them to hide. How can I sense the existence of the time laws? Chen Xiang said with furrowed brows. Elders, have you all heard about this matter? Chen Xiang asked. Dai Donggong, Wu Ji, and the others all shook their heads. They had never heard of this before. If they had, they would have long since told Chen Xiang. Seeing that they were all shaking their heads, Chen Xiang sighed, because even ground-suppressing immortal elephant did not know about this, so it was normal that Dai Donggong and the others did not know. Su Yuqing suddenly said, Husband, we can try to use the array to test it. Didn't Xian Xian and the others manage to reverse the flow of time through the array? Go and ask them." Through the formation, Qinxiang's eyes lit up. Lu Meng'er and the others were indeed very familiar with the power of time. After all, they had refined a time formation before. "I'll make a trip to the great heavenly star. There shouldn't be any dangers during this period of time. If there's an unexpected attack, you all have to contact me as soon as possible," Qinxiang said. Now it seemed that the Star Law Divine realm was very peaceful. Dai Donggong and the others had occupied the Everlasting Mountain, and their overall strength was already very strong in the Star Law Divine realm. Only the experts from the Natural Law Divine realm could pose a threat to them. The Everlasting Mountain had originally been occupied by the Purple Yuan sect, but now that Dai Donggong and the others had attacked them, the Purple Yuan sect did not make any moves either. Many people were curious about this matter, but they did not know that Purple Yuan sect, Su Dezhong, was Qinxiang's father-in-law. When Qinxiang arrived at the Great Heavenly Star, he first went to find Jiu Canghai and told him what had happened there, as well as his plans to break the time laws. After all, Jiu Canghai had created a powerful world like the Nine-Heaven world, which was why Qinxiang had come to him to seek guidance, to see if he had any good methods. After listening to Qinxiang's detailed description, Jiu Canghai fell into deep thought and said, "The time laws have the most profound laws. When I was creating the Nine-Heaven world back then, I was also muddle-headed enough to have the time laws attached to it." Jiu Canghai said, "Even though there are things like the time formation, people still find it extremely difficult to understand the laws of time. If the time laws are destroyed, then I'll have to start calculating again. I wonder if we'll still exist when the time comes." Qinxiang had never thought of such a thing, because the ground-suppressing immortal elephant had told him that this was the only way. "But we can try. Facing the evil spirit race above us, we don't have the strength to fight back, so this is the only way. At worst, we can just die together," Jiu Canghai said. Qinxiang also gained a little bit from Jiu Canghai, and that was that Jiu Canghai had told him that the spirit grain in the time formation were naturally carved through comprehending the great way of the Buddha. The inheritance was very ancient, and it was definitely something that could be comprehended by the time Ji. So he might be able to succeed from the time formation. This was the only breakthrough that Qinxiang could think of right now. He would immediately go to hundreds of Flowers Village. Lu Meng'er and the others were still refining the transmission array plate. This was for the sake of making the big star travel to the center of Star Law Divine realm even faster in the future. "Xian, don't do this." As soon as Qinxiang arrived at their house and entered a stone room, he saw them refining an array disk and immediately called for it to stop. Dongfang Jing immediately asked, "Brother, why?" "We're all going to have to forge it. Even if all of you have finished refining it, you probably won't have any use for it in the future." Qinxiang said, "If this era was linked to the primal chaos desolate era, the environment would definitely change greatly. It would not be like the current one. What exactly is going on? Where's Yuqing? You are in such a hurry to let her pa s, so you want her to become a thug?" Laughed. They had a good conversation with Su Yuqing, because Su Yuqing was also proficient in formation technique and things like that. He even knew how to curse spirit grain. Lu Meng'er and the others were very interested in the curse-type spirit grain, so they asked Su Yuqing a lot of questions about the curse formation. Qinxiang told Su Yuqing to come out of the Serene Jade Ring, and then he told LV Chilian and the others to come over. He had to let them know about the time reversal as well. LV Chilian and Feng Yujie arrived quickly. With them were Long Huishan, Jiu Hanru, Imperial Concubine Lian, and Xiao Yulan. They were considered stronger here, and were usually the women with a good grasp of the general direction. After they arrived, Qinxiang also seized the opportunity to speak of the danger they were facing. This was all related to the seal placed on the evil spirit race S and undead divine race S, as well as the things that were sealed underneath them. "Our undead divine race has actually become like this." The Imperial Concubine Lian could not believe it. She frowned. Then, if we break the time laws, will we disappear along with you? I have discussed this with Big Brother Songhai. Because the time laws were born in the primal chaos wilderness, our return to that era was also the starting point of time. Therefore, even if we were to break the time laws, it would not affect our existence because we are already in the primal chaos wilderness, an era that is not affected by the time laws. Qinxiang said, "Of course, the problem now is how to do it." "So what do we need to do now?" Zhu Hanru asked. Qinxiang was so powerful, and yet he felt so powerless. They knew that they couldn't help much, but they still wanted to help. "Let's inform the 4 divine races and the others first. Tell them to never stop raising their strength. If they really succeed, it would be extremely dangerous to go to the primal chaos wilderness." Qinxiang said, "For now, I plan to give it a try with Xian Xian and the others and see if I can feel the laws of time from the time formation." LV Chilian and the others nodded their heads before going to do their own business, especially the girls who were concocting pills like Feng Yujie and the others, who needed to concoct even more pills to do so. No one knew what kind of world the primal chaos desolate land was, but they were sure that it would require a very strong power to survive there. "Menger, can you guys refine an even more powerful time formation?" In other words, if you use the power of the time formation to its maximum, I think that the process will definitely unleash a very strong power of time. This will definitely alarm the time laws. Qinxiang said, "This is not difficult at all. However, it requires a very large amount of energy to maintain." Xue Xianxian said, "If it's in 9 Heaven World, we can use the core, but can we use the core here?" The heart of the earth was controlled by Ren Xan here, so Qinxiang felt that he had some sort of relations. I plus P with this Ren Xan, and he thought that there shouldn't be a problem. C 2365. C 2365. Don't worry about that. The energy of the formation isn't a difficult thing. This idea was come from Ren Xian's mother. He felt that Ren Xian would definitely let him use that time formation in the heart of the earth. Lu Menger said, "We previously refined 2 sets of time formation, and you also copied one of them. Are these 3 sets of time formation all enough?" Qinxiang thought for a while, then said, "If I use these 3 sets of time formation, then I will be in the time formation for tens of thousands of years, and only a moment will pass us outside." Xue Xianxian laughed. "Of course we know, so we will refine another 3 sets of time formation that are the opposite of this one. That is, the moment you enter the array, it will take you tens of thousands of years to reach the outside." Qinxiang understood that as he kept going back and forth between the left and right, he was constantly performing a high-intensity reversal. This way, he would need a very strong energy, and at the same time, be able to unleash a very strong power of time. Refining the array disk is very fast. Right now, we have quite a few array disks materials. We just need to engrave them into the spirit grain. You really have to promise that you can do it from the bottom of your heart. Lu Menger asked, "I'm going to take a look at the Earth's core right now. You guys can get busy." Qinxiang kissed the faces of the few women before heading to the core of the Earth. Last time, Qinxiang had been to a place near the heart of the Earth, where he had found the mechanism for controlling the great heavenly star formation. Now he teleported into the hot, steaming pot as sage and released his powerful aura so that Ren Xan, who was in the middle of the ground, could feel it. Not long after, he could sense Ren Xan's qi. The qi of this dragon Kylan was very recognizable. Ren Xan came very quickly. He recognized Qinxiang's aura and was a little surprised in his heart. The last time he met Qinxiang was still very weak, but now he was much stronger. Ren Xan was still very friendly towards Qinxiang, because Qinxiang told him to contact his mother, otherwise he would have lost himself and be controlled by the evil spirit race. Brother Ren. When Qinxiang saw Ren Xan, he laughed and shouted, "What did you come find me for? I'm cultivating in seclusion." Ren Xan said if not for Qin Xiang, he would not have come out. The important thing is that I managed to contact your mother under the seal in Everlasting Mountain. Qin Xiang said. Ren Xan immediately became excited, because this matter was related to his mother. After that, Qin Xiang and Ren Xan sat on the ground. Qin Xiang explained these natural affairs of his, and told Ren Xan the method the ground-suppressing immortal elephant told him. Right now, you just want to use the powerful energy in the Earth's core to try it out. Ren Xan asked. Yes, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle such a consumption of the Earth's core of the other heavenly stars. But this heavenly star is not a problem. Qin Xiang nodded. Ren Xan was the earthly beast here. If he wanted to try it here, he needed his consent. This is not a problem. If it was the past, I would definitely reject you because this requires my Earth's core divine spirit's consent. But now, my Earth's core divine spirit has also disappeared. Ren Xan sighed. Seems like he has abandoned us and returned to the big, chaotic times. Qin Xiang laughed. We will be able to return very soon. At that time, we don't need to face the crazy evil spirit race and undead divine race. Qin Xiang didn't know how powerful the evil spirit race and the evil spirit race above the natural law divine realm were, but he could tell from how the various races of the natural law divine realm were hiding. Even if the various races of the natural law divine realm were to join forces, they would still be unable to change the situation. It was none of their business to let the people of this era fend for themselves, even if all of them were killed. It was precisely because of this that the ground-suppressing immortal elephant was so angry, giving Qin Xiang such an idea. If Qin Xiang succeeded, then she would also succeed in her revenge. All right, you can come here when you need it. I'll take you to the depths of the earth to absorb energy. Ren Xan had already agreed, which allowed him to feel more at ease. As long as Xue Xianxian and the others concocted an array disk, he could give it a try. When Qin Xiang returned to the surface, he was not idle right now. He was condensing those purple pearls in the hundreds of Flowers Village, and he had Yuer and Long Shui to plant those spirit seed in the ring. If he wanted to step into the heavenly Tao realm, he would need to cultivate in a Tao body. This was also very difficult, and he needed his second divine sense CS to condense their bones. I really didn't expect it to become so fast. I even thought I could live a carefree life in this world just because I cultivated to such a powerful level. Long Shui complained, You don't have to work hard to cultivate. Why are you sighing? Qin Xiang laughed. Long Shui's cultivation method was to eat and sleep, and it was the same for now. But it still takes time. Long Shui was learning to grow spirit seed from Yuer in the serene jade ring. Qin Xiang had only waited for a few days before Lu Menger and the others managed to refine 3 sets of array discs, and even taught him how to use them. Yuer, Shui, both of you come out. I'm worried that it will affect you. Qin Xiang said. Long Shui and Yuer both understood that Qin Xiang was worried that something might happen to them. After Xue Xianxian instructed Lu Menger and the others, Qin Xiang finally left the hundreds of Flowers Village and proceeded towards the heart of the earth of this great star. Just like last time, he used the same method to contact Ren Xan, who arrived quickly and brought him into the core of the earth under the fire essence. Along the way, with Ren Xan's power clearing the way, the fire essence would automatically avoid him, so Qin Xiang did not feel too hot either. He never thought that the power of this big heavenly star would be so much stronger than what he imagined. Qin Xiang followed Ren Xan, and very soon they were at the center of the Earth's core. In front of them was a huge, round black rock, like a huge mountain, with a hole at the top where Ren Xan lived. Ren Xan brought Qin Xiang into the cave and arrived at an extremely hot stone room. Here, you can easily absorb the energy of the Earth's core. I wish you success. Ren Xan patted Qin Xiang's shoulder. If Qin Xiang succeeded, his parents would not need to continue staying in the heavenly law H. ELL. I'll do my best. Qin Xiang said, Brother Rin, if the guy from Natural Law Divine Realm comes, when the time comes, can you use some strength to stop them for a while? I will. Rin Exan nodded. He left the stone room that was filled with red light and closed the stone door. Chun Xiang took out many array discs and placed them around him. Some of them overlapped each other, forming a huge circle. If we succeed, then the two eras will overlap and the creatures of both eras can coexist. However, the world of our era was formed later on. The time in the primal chaos wilderness is different from now, so it might just be the time of the creatures of our era. Chun Xiang said. Right now he was only guessing. He did not know the specifics. Only success would allow him to know. See 2366. See 2366. Chun Xiang activated the large formation formed by all the array discs. Outside the stone room, Ren Xian immediately sensed a large amount of energy frantically rush. Plussing into the stone room that Chun Xiang was in from the earth core. He was also shocked by one of them. He did not think that the energy consumption would be this much. Who was inside the time formation naturally did not know that he was currently in a very special time and SPC. The time he was in could be said to have progressed the same as outside, but the time he was in was different. Chun Xiang closed his eyes and tried to sense the time power inside. If he wanted to connect this era with the big chaotic times, he had to first touch upon the laws of time before he could proceed with his understanding of the laws of time. This was also the hardest part and could be said to be impossible. When the ground-suppressing immortal elephant told her about this method, she had said that it was very difficult to achieve. After a day had passed, said, Chun Xiang did not gain much, but his formation used up a great deal of energy from the Earth's core. If it goes on like this, he won't last for more than a year. I hope he can be faster. If he succeeds, then this heavenly star's death is also worth it. Then he left the Earth's core and came to the top of the great heavenly star. He had promised Chun Xiang that he would protect this place well, and Chun Xiang had told him that there were many of his friends and relatives there. Days passed, said, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, all the creatures on top of the great celestial star could feel that the divine spirit aura on this planet wasn't as dense as before and was currently descending. Only a small portion of people knew about the matter that Chun Xiang had created in the heart of the earth. Su Yuqing was watching Xue Xianxian and the others refine array discs. They were also refining transmission array S now, refining protective formations and killing formations. If Chun Xiang succeeded, they would go to the big, chaotic times. They did not know what was scary about that era, but they would have to prepare to face it. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged over. Su Yuqing was startled, and his expression became serious. They are here, natural law divine realm and evil spirit race. Su Yuqing had followed Chun Xiang to kill those 3 batches of undead divine race before, so she was very familiar with this chi, and the other chi was from the evil spirit race. All of you, activate the protective array formation. I'll go take a look. After Su Yuqing finished speaking, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yuqing, you have to be careful. Su Yuqing shouted to the sky. Su Yuqing was also Chun Xiang's beloved woman. If something were to happen to her, Chun Xiang would definitely be very sad. When Su Yuqing arrived high up in the sky, he saw a large group of people up above who were using a very strong power to attack the grand celestial star formation. After being improved by Lu Menger and the others, this large formation became even more powerful. After all, it was maintained by the power of the core of the earth, and it had a very strong defensive power. But now he was facing natural law divine, realm-ranked rankers. Su Yuqing saw Ren Xan. Is it elder brother Ren? Su Yuqing asked. Yes, you are Chun Xiang's wife, right? Ren Xan nodded his head. It's best that you head down since this place is dangerous. They will be able to breach it soon. About how long will it take? Su Yuqing asked anxiously. 3 days at the fastest. Ren Xian said. All of you, prepare to escape. It looks like this group of fellows discovered this big heavenly star. This time, they did not go to other heavenly stars, nor did they go to Everlasting Mountain. Should I call out Qinxiang? Su Yuqing knew that Ren Xian's strength was related to his Tao body. He was an existence who had already stepped into the first level of the heavenly Tao realm, the Daoti realm. Calling him out is useless. If the formation is broken, I can hold on for a while longer and let you guys escape. Ren Xian said he had already made his decision. Su Yuqing looked at the group of people who were continuously attacking the large array in the sky and sighed in her heart. Returning to the hundreds of flowers village, she still had some time, and only hoped that Qinxiang could succeed. More than 10 days after Qinxiang had entered the time formation, he was immersed in an extremely peculiar state. It was as if he had returned to his childhood, and for some reason he felt as if he had experienced the things that happened before himself, as though he had returned to the past. No, I've experienced this before. Qinxiang suddenly woke up from his stupor, and then appeared in a vast expanse of white PAC. There were many wheels inside, and when these wheels revolved, there were many scenes that appeared, and all of them had profound spirit grayness on them. These wheels represent an era, pus, plus ing, and turning one after another. Qinxiang carefully observed the tens of thousands of wheels. He could see that many of the times were already past. He could even see the times when the 9 divine kings created the 9 heaven world and the times when the heavenly divine Lord fell. The largest wheel should be from the first era, after the primal chaos wilderness, and finally the era we are in. Qinxiang walked over and touched the giant wheel that was last in line. This wheel was 30,000 meters high. Just by touching it, Qinxiang had lost a large amount of his power, leaving behind only a little. It seems like I'm already in the law of time. If I want to change the laws, then the amount of energy I'll need will increase. Qinxiang exclaimed, then consumed a divine pellet to recover his energy. Big chaotic times is an initial era, and it cannot be destroyed. If we were to destroy the other time cycles here, leaving behind only those of our era, then we would be very close to big chaotic times. Qinxiang looked at the other wheels, then took out the chuangs. H-I+G. Oh, D furnace. I hope it works. Qinxiang released flames from the chuangs. H-I+G. Oh, D furnace. Burning the other wheel, but to no avail. In the end, it's because my strength isn't enough. Qinxiang closed his eyes and felt the energy from the earth's core outside. After sensing it, he started to absorb it. At this time, he also felt that the flames inside the chuangs, H-I+G, D furnace, had become very fierce. A ball of flame landed on the wheel, and it instantly started burning. There's hope as long as we can keep the last wheel. Qinxiang was not worried. Since the wheel had already said he burned it to prevent the undead divine race and the evil spirit race from hiding in other times. As long as all the experiences they had said through were destroyed, they would have nowhere to go. Everyone would have to stay in the big, chaotic times. Very quickly, Qinxiang burned the other wheel, leaving only this one. Although there were no other wheels, it was still spinning. What's going on? I'm still within the time laws. Could it be that I haven't succeeded yet? Qinxiang looked around. He thought for a moment, stared at the last wheel, frowned, and said, "Don't tell me we have to destroy this wheel." He thought for a moment, stared at the last wheel, and frowned, and said, "Don't tell me we have to destroy this wheel. These revolvers are just the timeline. Even if they are destroyed, the world we live in will not be affected much. It's just that time has returned to the starting point, and the starting point is the big, chaotic times." When Qinxiang thought here, he was shocked. The big, chaotic times has always existed, because the primal chaos does not have the time laws. Destroy. Qinxiang destroyed the last wheel, causing the area around them to become twisted. Success, we are about to reach the big, chaotic times. This is the true era, The era we were in previously is just an unintentionally born heavenly Tao. C. 2367. C. 2367, after Chen Xiang destroyed the last gigantic wheel of the time laws, the S.P.A.C. around him started to distort. If there are mountains outside, then the environment we are in has changed. Chen Xiang stood in place, not daring to move. He was certain that the time laws had already been destroyed. Of course, he would still be able to reincarnate in the future. As for what was going on, Chen Xiang was not too concerned about it right now. Rin Xin floated in the air and was currently staring at the undead divine race and evil spirit race in the sky. Suddenly, he felt a strong energy fluctuation. Chen Xiang succeeded. Rin Xin opened his eyes wide. If he succeeded, the place they were in would definitely undergo a large change as well. This was because the era they lived in would regress to the big chaotic times, and the big chaotic times would definitely be different from the current one. On the everlasting mountain, Wu Ji, Dai Donggong, and the Huang Jintian brothers were all stern at the moment. The SPAC around them had started to distort. They knew that Chen Xiang had already started moving. As for whether or not he would succeed, they could only continue to wait. Little scoundrel succeeded. Long Shui shouted in shock. She was currently together with Leng Yulan, and although they were holding hands tightly, they couldn't see each other. At this moment, everyone seemed to be in a separate SPAC. Can you all hear me? LV Chilean shouted. She had sent a sound transmission to the girls just now, but none of them heard it. The reason why such a fluctuation appeared was because the SPAC between the two eras was currently fusing. This fusion was very strange, yet it did not harm life. Yes, we are all fine, Feng Yujie said. At this moment, they were both holding hands. If the two eras merged, they would be able to take care of each other. Su Dezhong, who was walking around on top of the Purple Yuan sect, had experienced something similar with no one knew what. What's going on? Did they use some powerful technique? An elder of the evil spirit race shouted. The SPAC is undergoing a great change. I don't know what's going on. Could it be that they want to send us somewhere? Someone answered. At this point of time, no one dared to leave, and 4 divine races on the great heavenly star realm had long known that something like this was going to happen. Chen Xiang had told LV Chilean to tell them beforehand so that they could prepare their hearts. Chen Xiang only knew that the two eras were fusing, but he wasn't sure if he would succeed in the end. After all, this was his first time doing something like this, and he had to feel for rocks to cross rivers to succeed. Not knowing how much time had passed, Chen Xiang realized that his surroundings had started to clear up, and an extremely light and spirited fragrance salted his nostrils. For some reason, this made him, who was originally exhausted, become energetic. This is the primordial wilderness. Chen Xiang looked around him. He was in a forest filled with towering trees that reached the sky. Sister Chilean. Chen Xiang immediately took out his communication jade symbol paper and sent a message to LV Chilean, but there was no response. The spatial laws have changed. These communication jade symbol paper were all refined using the spatial laws of that era, so they are now useless. Chen Xiang used the power of the spatial laws to teleport. He felt that he could teleport to a high altitude, but didn't expect that he was only 10 meters away from the ground. The spatial strength has also increased a lot. This big chaotic times is really strong in all aspects. Chen Xiang could not feel the familiar divine spirit qi, but whether or not this was a breeze, it contained a very pure energy. We have to find them quickly. Chen Xiang used his spatial energy to teleport high up in the sky. He saw a large group of people in the air. These people are... When Chen Xiang saw the large group of people plus-ing towards Ren Xin, he immediately understood that they were no longer on the great heavenly star realm. Otherwise, the array protecting the great heavenly star would not have disappeared. After the two eras merged, they also arrived at a new world, the world where the big chaotic times resided. Legend has it that the big chaotic times was a very large world. In the end, it exploded and split apart, forming many large and small worlds. In other words, this big chaotic times was even bigger than the entire star law divine realm. It had to be known that there were countless stars in the star law divine realm. If all of them were added up, it would be extremely huge. Brother Rin, come here. Chen Xiang used a teleportation technique to teleport Ren Xan over, and then teleport it away. If it was the past, he would easily be able to use such a skill. But now he felt that he had exhausted over half of his divine power. This big chaotic times his world as Pei was simply too strong. I succeeded. Chen Xiang brought Ren Xan to a big tree and entered the cave. I wonder how my parents are doing right now. Ren Xan sighed. I hope we can see them quickly. They are very, very far away from us. This big chaotic times is the one that the star law divine realm and many other worlds fuse together. Our position on the great heavenly star, and they're in the W-A-N-G ancient heavenly star. We can't use the transmission array either, so it should be rather difficult to find them. Qin Xiang said, but this is good too, at least they don't have to face those fellows right now. Chen Xiang had made the hundreds of Flowers Village prepare beforehand. They all had a lot of powerful array discs. If they were to meet the attacks of the evil spirit race, they could at least block them for a while. Then what should we do now? Ren Xian asked. Although he had decent strength, they were too weak in the face of the evil spirit race. If we can't beat them, we can only hide. Chen Xiang said, now that there isn't any of them left, you shouldn't be able to go to the core of the earth. But maybe you can try and see if you can contact Earth's core, divine spirit. I will go now. Ren Xian nodded. Soon after, Chen Xiang brought Ren Xian and sprinted towards the location of the Nine Heaven School in the huge ancient forest. Although he had returned to the big chaotic times, Chen Xiang, based on his previous memories, found the Nine Heaven School. The structure of the Nine Heaven School was still there, but there were still many huge trees inside, and the great heavenly star was actually a large forest in the big chaotic times. At this time, Qin Xiang did not know where Undead Divine Race and his son had gone to. He was only concerned about the safety of the hundreds of Flowers Village. After 4 hours had said, Qin Xiang was frantically running. He never thought that just 4 hours of traveling would take more than half of his divine power. If it was the past, he would have reached hundreds of Flowers Village from Nine Heaven School in a blink of an eye. But now he could not. The distance he had to teleport was always limited. C-2368. C-2368 Qin Xiang was very familiar with the location of the hundreds of Flowers Village. But when he came here, he did not see the hundreds of Flowers Village. What's going on? Qin Xiang ran a few laps back and forth. He did not remember wrongly. The hundreds of Flowers Village should be right here. This made him worried. He was worried that something was wrong and the hundreds of Flowers Village had disappeared. Don't worry, we're fine. Qin Xiang suddenly heard LV Chilian's sound transmission, allowing him to feel at ease. Then where are you? Why can't I see hundreds of Flowers Village? Qin Xiang asked. We used an array to conceal ourselves. Evil spirit race flew over it just now. LV Chilian said, do you want to come in? Qin Xiang originally wanted to go in to see them, but after thinking about it, he said, I'm not going in. I still have to run around. I'm not sure how the other 4 divine races are doing. Although the 4 divine races knew about it in advance, they did not have the same type of defensive array as the hundreds of Flowers Village. Qin Xiang was a little worried for them. According to his memories, he started running in the forest. He first went to Divine Dragon Race because he was very familiar with him. The place where the Divine Dragon Race was located was also in the forest. Some buildings were even fused together with some trees, and this was all caused by the fusion of 2 generations. Nothing happened to the Divine Dragon Race, as both of them did not notice their presence. The other 3 clans are fine. They've already contacted us. But who would have thought that the things left behind by our ancestors would suddenly become useful? In his hand was a piece of green jade that looked extremely ancient. That's good. I won't be going over to their place now. He still doesn't know what danger big chaotic times is, so you better not run around. I'll go investigate first, Qin Xiang said. Good. Our 4 clans and 9 heaven school will strengthen our relations. HI+P. He now understood their situation. This was the big chaotic times that was Flurries. HI plussing back then, and their strength was extremely weak here. He had originally wanted to try and see if he could fly to the deep SPC, but after reaching a certain height, it would be difficult to climb up again. Am I not strong enough? Or is there some barrier that restricts us from flying deeper into the sky? Qin Xiang looked down from the sky and saw those tall ancient trees everywhere. This was an ancient forest that very few people came to. Even beasts were not common here. Qin Xiang stayed in the air for a while as well, but he had never seen a single bird. Is this not a good place? Why is there no other life apart from the trees? Qin Xiang suddenly felt that the place was dead silent, but with how the ancient trees looked, it meant that the life force was still strong. He used the Tao Heart Eye to observe his surroundings and realized that there was only a white energy here. He did not know what it was, but he was not familiar with the 5 elements energy. What's that? Using the Tao Heart Eye, Qin Xiang suddenly saw many dots of red light in front of him. It's the evil spirit race. They're moving towards a direction. Qin Xiang exclaimed in his heart and followed. The undead divine race S, above natural law divine realm, all learned the evil spirit race's counterpower, so they could also use the counterpower to conceal themselves. At this moment, they seemed to be hiding something. Seeing evil spirit race and the rest escaping, Qin Xiang suddenly understood. This huge forest definitely contained some sort of power that gave birth to powerful life forms. It could be a powerful, savage, divine beast. This place was the domain of this divine beast, so no other beast dared to approach. This is just my guess. I hope it is different from what I thought. Qin Xiang started to worry again as he sped up his pace to catch up. He wanted to confirm if it was as he had guessed. Not long after, he approached the group of evil spirit race in front of him. This forest had always been very quiet, without any large movements. Fortunately, they're not hiding from some powerful guy. They're just hurrying on their way. Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. If there was someone strong here, it would definitely cause the place to become extremely dangerous. Qin Xiang continued to follow them. He wanted to make sure that this group of guys was far away from the forest. Only then would the forest be safe. He followed for a few hours, and the sky gradually darkened. The evil spirit race did not stop and continued to fly quickly in the air. For more than 10 days, Qin Xiang followed evil spirit race and the others and flew out of the forest, arriving at a desolate, barren land. There were rocks of all sizes here, and the quality of the soil here was poor as well, as though it was a land of death. Are they going somewhere? Qin Xiang had followed them for more than 10 days, but they had never stopped. Along the way, he was also very curious. After a few more days, they were still in the desolate land. The big chaotic times was truly vast. They had been traveling at high speeds for so long. They were still in 2 regions, and the place was not as dangerous as Qin Xiang had imagined. They had not met any beasts. Was scorched darker by the sun, especially at noon when he used the counter power, but even he felt that his body was in pain from the sun's rays. Something's coming. Qin Xiang anxiously landed on the ground and hid behind a rock. Although he was using the counter power, he still had to hide because it would not be discovered that easily. "It's you guys. How did you come here?" An elderly voice asked, his voice full of surprise. Qin Xiang tried his best to conceal himself. He used his divine soul to take a peek and discovered that the person who came was a white-robed elderly man. Natural law divine, spirit, haha. We are really here, haha. When Chen Xiang saw that all of the evil spirit race had appeared, the person laughing maniacally was an old man in red. Chen Xiang was shocked. The white-robed elder who suddenly came here was actually natural law divine spirit. Isn't this guy dead? Chen Xiang suddenly understood. This guy did not die, he only lied to everyone, and the other D tribes in natural law divine realm all ran over here. The red-clothed old man from evil spirit race shouted, "Quickly kill this fellow. Although we don't know how he got here, it is still a good thing for us. We don't know how the Heavenly Law Palace is doing now." Natural law divine spirit saw a flash of red light, and then his body emitted a burst of white light and disappeared. They actually ran away. Let's chase them. This is the big chaotic times. Here you'll have the chance to kill the ancient DS of the big chaotic times. The red-clothed old man who was leading the evil spirit race laughed wildly and quickly chased after him. Seeing their speed, Chen Xiang was secretly nervous in his heart. He was too dangerous following these evil spirit races before. This was an evil race that could destroy various races and many divine law DS in the natural law divine realm. See 2369. See 2369. Chen Xiang knew that he had dominated the natural law divine realm S and undead divine race S, but he didn't have that concept. Now that he saw them unleash, plussing such a strong power, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Seeing that the evil spirit race was far away, Chen Xiang decided to return to the Nine Heaven School and tell him about this matter. After staying in Hundreds of Flowers Village for a few days, he went to Nine Heaven School to greet his old friend, and then began his journey. Nine Heaven School and Hundreds of Flowers Village were now considered safe. Chen Xiang was relieved and left to see big chaotic times. Ren Xian also left the place. He wanted to look for his parents, but he wasn't with Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang set off alone on his journey, and he also randomly chose a direction to go in. After 3 months of trekking, Chen Xiang had already left the forest far away from the Nine Heaven School. He felt that even if it was the great heavenly star before, he would have already left 3 months ago. However, there were no heavenly stars here, only a vast expanse of land. He was very unfamiliar with this place. There are stars and moons at night. Do these exist since ancient times? Chen Xiang was currently lying on a prairie, looking at the stars in the sky. As he looked up and down, he suddenly noticed a rapidly moving in the air. It looked like a ball of fire. It's a person flying. Chen Xiang immediately sat up and carefully observed. This guy is currently releasing the fire energy in his body nonstop, allowing the flames to surge about so that he can increase his own speed. The little dot only flashed by. Its speed was as fast as light. If it wasn't for Chen Xiang's good eyesight, he wouldn't have been able to catch it. He had originally planned to rest, but now he got up and chased after the small. Previously, he thought there were many strong ancient beasts in big chaotic times, but in these past 3 months, he hadn't even seen a single hare. It was rare for him to see a rather powerful human just now, so he was very excited and immediately chased after it. I wonder if he is a good person. If I can meet a decent person, I will be able to understand this big chaotic times as soon as possible. Chen Xiang's heart was filled with anticipation. After all, this was an era full of wonders, and the source of everything was here. He felt that the mysterious heavenly alchemy might have been created in this era. Chen Xiang was not slow either. He was able to catch up to the ball of fire in the sky. Of course, this was when he used teleportation. If he didn't use it, he wouldn't be able to catch up. This gave him a general understanding of that person's strength. It was already morning, and Chen Xiang was already very tired. Although he had been hurrying on his journey for 3 months, he rarely used his spatial energy, only running wildly on the ground or flying with divine power in the sky. Now, in order to chase that person, he had no choice but to use the power of SPAC. Mother ***, The current me can actually become as tired as a dog. Qin Xiang suddenly stopped. If he continued, he would run out of all his divine power. He wanted to preserve some of his divine power in order to avoid unexpected situations, so he gave up. Just as he stopped to wipe off his sweat, the ball of fire in the sky suddenly fell down towards him. Did he discover me? Qin Xiang was alarmed. Just as he was about to use the counterpower, the ball of flames suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and struck the ground. Qin Xiang anxiously dodged, but he did not sense any form of attack. Ha! Scared. Why did you chase me all the way until dawn? A middle-aged man burst into laughter. Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. Carefully looking at this middle-aged man, his skin was black, his beard and hair were messy, his clothes were dirty, and it was obvious that he did not pay much attention to his appearance. At the moment, he was smiling at Qin Xiang. "Little brother, where are you from?" The middle-aged man laughed. He patted Qin Xiang's shoulder and pinched his shoulder. "Not bad." "Brother, I came from very far away and got lost here. Because I saw Big Brother flying in the sky last night, I followed you." Qin Xiang scratched his head and laughed. This middle-aged man gave people a feeling of straightforwardness. "So that's how it is. You're pretty lucky to meet me here. If you continue to wander around for a few more days, you will have to go to a very scary place." The middle-aged man patted Qin Xiang's shoulder. "I will bring you to the Fire Tao Divine Place, where many fire cultivators will gather." The middle-aged man said, "I also cultivate the Tao of Fire. Little bro, you look the same." Qin Xiang nodded. "Yes." Qin Xiang followed the middle-aged man and ran on the ground, chatting. The middle-aged man's name was Yu Yan, and he was the son of a fire clan patriarch. In his own words, he could be considered a small N.O.B.L.Y. Yu Yan was about to head to Fire Tao Divine Place. The so-called Fire Tao Divine Place was a large city that had been jointly built by dozens of Fireway tribes in the region. Then they would work together to develop this Fire Tao Divine Place and attract other people to the Fire Tao Divine Place so that they could benefit greatly from it. "Little brother, you usually have to walk around a lot. Look at you. You don't even know how strong the Fire Tao Divine Place is." In this wilderness, the Fire Tao Divine Place was quite famous. All kinds of powerful fire cultivators were here. Even if he isn't a fire cultivator, he still keeps on drilling into this place. Yu Yan laughed. "Big brother you, in the past few days, have you felt that something strange has happened?" Qin Xiang asked. In their era, besides the Star Law Divine Realm, there were also 9 heaven world and other great worlds that had fused with each other to form this place. He felt that the people of this savage land must have known about it. Strange. "What's so strange about that?" Yu Yan asked. "No, it's nothing." Qin Xiang did not expect the people inside to not notice him. The Star Law Divine Realm was vast. There were so many people. But after covering the entire big chaotic times, no one noticed anything. This could only mean that the big chaotic times was simply too vast. Even with the sudden appearance of many more people, they did not attract much attention. Qin Xiang followed Yu Yan and ran for 3 days before they finally reached the Fire Tao Divine Place. Other than the buildings being older, Qin Xiang felt that they were no different from those big cities. They were even less robust than the big cities of his era. Qin Xiang had seen buildings that were thousands of meters tall, but at most they were only 10-odd stories of stone bricks. Yu Yan was more generous and straightforward. After coming to Fire Tao Divine Place, he dragged Qin Xiang to an old tavern to drink. Qin Xiang also didn't know what kind of wine that was. He only felt that his body of 18 divine deity was ignited by the strong wine. His throat felt like it was about to burst into flames. C-2370. C-2370 Qin Xiang drank a few mouthfuls, and it became unbearable for him. At the moment, he was only sipping, and when he saw Yu Yan pour bowls after bowls into his mouth, he secretly admired himself in his heart. If it was any ordinary person who drank this kind of wine, they would definitely suffer to death. Boy, it looks like you've never had this before. Seeing Chen Xiang's appearance, Yu Yan laughed out loud. I'm sorry my brother is poor now. I'm temporarily unable to buy good wine, so I can only let you down. Big brother Yu, aren't you some kind of chief's son? How can you be so poor? Chen Xiang laughed. He reluctantly drank half a bowl and almost spat out fire. Yu Yan sighed. It's all because I don't live up to expectations. Don't look at me like that. In fact, among my brothers, I am the weakest. They all have their own businesses and power, and I am the only one left. Big brother Yu, what are you doing in Fire Tao Divine Place? Did you come here to play? Chen Xiang asked. Of course not. I'm here to earn money. Yu Yan said. Money. Chen Xiang never thought that big chaotic times would actually use money. Don't tell me you've never seen this before. Yu Yan took out a very thin white jade tablet. It looked as thin as paper, and there were some words written on it. Chen Xiang recognized these characters. Although they were a little different from the ones that he was familiar with, he could still recognize them. After all, the characters from his era evolved from this ancient era. This is 10, Chen Xiang said. Huh. Brother, it seems like you really haven't seen this thing before. Yu Yan laughed loudly. That's right, these are the 10 jade money, and they are usually made from this type of jade. There is a special group of people responsible for them, and it is very difficult to imitate them. Chen Xiang took it and touched it, immediately feeling a strange qi inside the thin jade piece. He did not know what kind of power it was, and there were many spirit grain on top of it. Is this item hard to earn? Chen Xiang asked. It's hard to come by. Even if we have a meal here, it would only be 20 jade money. If we go to a better hotel, it would at most be a few hundred jade money. Yu Yan said, Brother, you don't have to worry. Based on your usual times, making a living for yourself is definitely not a problem. Chen Xiang no longer had anywhere else to go. He would just stay in the big, chaotic times. If he wanted to stay here, the more of these jade money, the better. What's the largest number of jade money? Chen Xiang returned the jade money in his hands to Yu Yan. At most 100,000. I only have 2 left over for all these years. Yu Yan laughed. With Big Brother Yu's wealth, what level is he at here? Chen Xiang had never visited this place before. He was worried that there were no pills in this world, so he would not be able to earn much by refining pills. Very poor standards. Look at the shop across the street that sells weapons. The boss of this shop has at least 1,000,000 yuan, which is much better than mine. Yu Yan laughed at himself. Is the jade money very important here? Chen Xiang looked at the weapon store. Although it looked simple and crude, there were a lot of people going in and out, making it very lively. In the tribe, at my age, I usually have to rely on myself and not the tribe. If we want to become stronger, we have to rely on ourselves, such as buying weapons and clothes or buying medicinal pills. We need to use jade money. Yu Yan said. Hearing Yu Yan mention the pill, Chen Xiang was secretly happy. He felt that it would not be a problem for him to establish a foothold here. He was the alchemist, after all. Pills, are they expensive? Chen Xiang asked again. Had already treated him as a kid who had never seen the world, so he did not dislike him asking these questions. Of course, the more expensive ones are those that are difficult to refine, but lack of medicinal ingredients. It is normal for those pills to sell for over 100,000 gold coins. I have only bought a few in the past, so I have a greater use for them. Su Yun continued. Yu Yan said, Chen Xiang knew that the pills here would definitely be different from the pills he had in the Star Law Divine realm. After that, Chen Xiang asked Yu Yan about the pills. There were 4 types of pills: Heaven Pellet, King's Pellet, Emperor's Pellet, and Natural Laudan. Chen Xiang had never seen the heaven pills here before. He did not know what kind of divine pill it was. He thought it should be a little higher. Brother, you want to learn alchemy. That is a good way to earn money, but refining pills requires a high level of talent. You have come to the right place. Here is the famous alchemist, because we have the most experts in using fire. Yu Yen said. He drank that kind of CRAPPY kind of wine, like drinking water, bowl after bowl. I do. Chun Xiang laughed. Brother Yu, how do you earn money normally? The way I earn money is rather cheap. It's to help others with their work. I'm a little poor now, so I came to the Fire Tao Divine place to find something to do. Yu Yen said, Old brother, let's break up here. I'm more busy now. I can't bring you out here to play. Yu Yen was very generous. He took out 1,000 jade money and gave it to Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang had only just arrived, so he definitely could not earn any money from these jade money. He did not reject Yu Yan's generous offer. After all, 1,000 was nothing to him. Thank you, big brother Yu. The next time we meet, I'll treat you to drink all the good wine in Fire Tao Divine Place. Chun Xiang laughed. You need to keep your word. I, your brother, am a very good drinker. The next time we meet, I don't care if you have earned jade money or not. I'm determined to keep you company. Yu Yen laughed. Yu Yen paid for the alcohol and then left in a hurry. The moment Chun Xiang came into contact with someone from the big chaotic times, he had a very good impression of them. I need to go to a pill shop to take a look at the pills here. Chun Xiang asked around on the streets and quickly found a pill shop. He could still read the words of this era. Seeing the pill shop signboard, he walked in. There are so many people. When Chun Xiang went in to take a look, he found that all 3 of the large stores were filled with people. This medicine store's business was actually so good, which surprised Chun Xiang quite a bit. Sir, are you here to buy pills? A smiling old man hurriedly walked over and asked, Well, aren't they? Chun Xiang pointed to the group of people. Of course they're not. They're here to test out the pills. Not only can they eat low and middle-graded heavenly pills, they can also get 50 jade money. The old man laughed. There's such a good thing. Chun Xiang blurted out in shock. See 2371. See 2371. Chun Xiang now understood that those people were all queuing up, about 200 people or so. Why are you testing the pills? Chun Xiang asked. The old man's eyes were sharp. He could tell that Chun Xiang did not understand much about this matter and was a kid that had just left the mountain. The main reason is that after Alchemist refined the pill, he was not clear about the use of his own pill, which was why he invited many people to try eating it, and then lies the effects to improve his pill formula. In the past few years, many people have died. The old man said, The fastest news sections of the fiction Chun Xiang originally wanted to queue up and give it a try, but after hearing this, he felt that it was better to forget about it. Old sir, I want to buy some pills. It has to be helpful in raising your strength. Chun Xiang said, It's best if it is cheaper. I do not have many jade money. All right, come with me. The old man brought Chun Xiang to a counter and took out a small jade bottle from inside. Little brother, I think you have not cultivated a Tao body yet, right? Are you lacking divine deity? Or is it the divine deity of the second divine sense C, or the first divine sense C? When Chun Xiang heard the old man's words, the cultivation system here was exactly the same as what he knew. Second divine sense C's bones. Chun Xiang said, Each of the 6 beast statue in the second divine sense C required 10 bones in order for him to condense the Tao body. I knew it. Eating this pill will make you lose the most. This pill is called Yaogadan. Its bones is S, H, I, plus Ning. The old man took out a black pellet from the jade bottle and said, If you have not condensed bones in the second divine sense C, you only need to eat one and you can condense 1 bones. The second required 10 pills and the third one 100 pills. This kind of medicinal pellet will at most allow you to condense 9 of these bones. Then how much is it? Chun Xiang asked. He could not figure out what kind of medicine the Yaogadan was refined with. 100 jade money pills. The old man said, It's too expensive. Chun Xiang had no concept of price. He was only cutting prices out of habit. Since this is your first time buying a pill, I'll sell it to you for 80. The old man said again, Then I'll try buying one first. Chen Xiang gave a set of jade money with 100 to the old man, who gave him back 20. After taking the pellet, Chen Xiang walked out of the Fire Tao Divine Place and ate it next to a mountain in the outer sect. This medicinal power was very similar to the bone level Dan, but there's something more. Chen Xiang sensed a very familiar smell from within the medicinal power. Bone level fruit. Chen Xiang was shocked. There's a little bit of the bone level fruit here. Could it be that it was refined using the bone level Dan's divine medicine and the bone level fruit? From that medicinal power, he did not feel much of the bone level fruit's medicinal power. It should be because he had added too little, but the bone level Dan had a lot of medicinal power. No wonder it's black. So there's a bone level fruit here. Chen Xiang continued to refine the medicinal power and channeled the power of the medicine into the second divine sense C, into the second divine sense C's green dragon. The sixth beast statue in the second divine sense C already had powerful flesh and divine soul, so they only needed to cultivate bones. After eating that piece of Yaogadan, Chen Xiang unknowingly fell asleep during the refining process. When he woke up, he felt a lingering fear. He never thought that after the Yaogadan ate it, it would actually be the same as the bone-level fruit's process of condensing its bones in a comfortable and deep sleep. Furthermore, he was in the wilderness, so fortunately there was no one around. He had condensed bones inside the azure dragon's body. I wonder what grade of divine pill that is. Although Chen Xiang ate one pellet, he did not manage to test it out. The feeling the Yaogadan gave Chen Xiang was very strong. To think that it would let him, the second divine sense see, condense his bones so easily. I don't know if my heavenly alchemy is useful here, but it seems like I have to find a set of pills. Chen Xiang said, I have long heard that the ancient pill formulas are the most haughty. Because of the Pa-S, Sage of Time, disasters frequently erupt, causing many how-to-pill formulas to be lost. If that's the case, this big chaotic times should be at the peak of his alchemy culture. Chen Xiang was secretly excited. This would allow his alchemy level to improve even more. Chen Xiang then proceeded to the Fire Tao Divine Place and strolled around inside it. The entire area of the Fire Tao Divine Place was huge. If he wanted to visit all of them, he would need at least half a year. If he wanted to reach the most bustling area, he would have to walk for more than 10 days. Of course, there were things like transmission arrays here. It was just that it was very expensive, although Chen Xiang had many Xinyuan stone, but it was useless here. To me, the price of one teleportation for 3,000 jade money is too high. Chen Xiang shook his head. He had found 5 pill stores in the poor areas outside. All of them were at the same level. Looks like I have to walk in. I have to go check out those big shops. Chen Xiang looked at the few medicine stores outside and realized that of the divine pills he had refined, only the 3 Lotus Dan and the Heavenly Life Divine pill had a market. Of course, if they were to sell it here, it wouldn't be called a divine pill. The 9-bone divine pill should be easy to sell, but I don't know how effective it is compared to the Yaogadan. I have to find someone to test it on. Now, Chen Xiang finally understood why he had to invite someone to try out the pill. He needed to find out the effects of a pill, but he was unable to do so with his current abilities. He walked very quickly through the night. It took him several days to reach the bustling area. The buildings here were all at least 10 stories high and at most 20 or 30 stories high. All of them were decorated very extravagantly. This should be the rich district. Chen Xiang lamented. All the people walking on the road were dressed much better than the area outside. On the way here, Chen Xiang had changed into something that looked more similar, just that it was much worse than those rich people. The Baodan restaurant. Chen Xiang came to the bottom of a 10-story high tower. After seeing the signboard, he walked in. He didn't see anyone testing the pills in here. When he was in the area outside, There were many people testing pills in the pill shops. Big shops are just different. The moment Qin Xiang entered the hall, he felt that it was extremely grand and giving off a very comfortable feeling. Alchemist was not rare in the big chaotic times, but how to alchemistess were very rare, so excellent alchemistess were respected here. Younger brother Shen. Qin Xiang was at a counter, looking at the pills on the counter, when he suddenly heard someone calling for him. This man was obviously Yu Yan, and only Yu Yan knew him here. Big brother Yu, you're here too. What a coincidence. Qin Xiang laughed bitterly. I'm finished. This was because Qin Xiang had promised to treat Yu Yan to drink all the good wine here when he meets her again. It was only a few days ago, but Qin Xiang had yet to finish researching all the ingredients here. See 2372. See 2372, Yu Yan laughed, walked over, and patted Qin Xiang's shoulders. Don't worry, I won't drag you out to drink. I have something important to do right now. Although Yu Yan said this, Qin Xiang felt very embarrassed. Said, although he would lie a lot, but it was only to his enemies or people he was unfamiliar with. Towards a friend like Yu Yan, he would usually not break his promise. Right now, Yu Yan has also changed into very decent clothes. It's a set of armor, looking very majestic, as if he's about to fight. The fastest new sections of the fiction. Big brother Yu, are you going to fight? Qin Xiang tapped on the red and plus New York scales on Yu Yan's shoulder. It looked like it belonged to a strong beast, which was extremely dysprosium, yes. If you were a little stronger, I would have brought you there, and we could even earn a bit of jade money. Yu Yan laughed. Take me with you. I'm not as weak as you think. Qin Xiang felt that if he were to fight it out, he would be pretty strong. I have to ask my boss. Yu Yan said, what I did was to go with her to a different place to kill a savage beast. There's a savage beast here? Qin Xiang had also run in the wilderness for more than half a year, but he had not seen any beast here at all. Of course I do. If you didn't run into me back then, you would have definitely run into the danger zone. Yu Yan said to me. In fact, to the experts here, the savage beast inside is extremely powerful. Savage beasts are indeed useful. This tower is built on the support of savage beasts. You can make a fortune by forging pills, forging equipment, and selling the meat to the tavern. Yu Yan said, Qin Xiang had long liked to use the things on the bodies of many alchemists to refine pills. He had not really tested them either. My boss is here. Yu Yan suddenly said softly. Yu Yan, because we have some matters to attend to. We have to delay our departure. An old man dressed in luxurious golden robes walked over. Behind him were a few big men like Yu Yan, covered in armor. Old Lu, what is so important? You never change your itinerary. Yu Yan asked. If it was anything else, I would have let it be. But this time someone came to cause trouble. Elder Lu said, his expression turning serious. This bunch of fellows, they don't like our good business, and actually want to ruin it. Yu Yan laughed. That's good too. Before we go hunting for savage beasts, we can warm up as well. Elder Lu looked at Qin Xiang. Just now he had seen Yu Yan talking to Qin Xiang, but discovered that Qin Xiang was not very strong. He was relatively strong, and it was rare to see someone with such weak strength. Let's take a look first. I'll let you guys take action when I need them. Elder Lu looked at Qin Xiang and asked, Is this little brother your friend? He looks very familiar. He could tell that Yu Yan and Elder Lu's relations. H.I. plus P was very good, so he must know all of Yu Yan's friends, which was why he said that. I just met a little brother who just ran out from the mountains. Don't look at him like that. He actually secretly followed me for an entire night. He can catch up to me even if he sudo. Yu Yan laughed and patted Qin Xiang's shoulders. Elder Lu, can you bring him along to follow us? Forget it. You should know better than me how powerful those savage beasts are. Old Lu shook his head. Qin Xiang was secretly disappointed. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a group of people walking in. Old donkey, haha. Let me do it. You don't have to wait for me so early. A short, skinny old man laughed. It's really rare to see you, LVing, being so generous. Old ox, you be, A-S-T-A-R-D. I've never offended you. Are you here to challenge me today to ruin my reputation? LVing didn't even give the other party a good look. The one who came to cause trouble was called Niu Hao, and he also had a big store. It was not far from here. It seemed that his business had been robbed, so he came to look for trouble. How are we SMAs? Plussing your signboard? Your business is so good. It must be because your alchemist is so skilled, so we came up to challenge you, so we brought our signboard up to show you guys. If you guys are truly capable, then defeat us. Niu Hao laughed. Qin Xiang was immediately overjoyed. To be able to witness the pinnacle of alchemist fighting was a great thing for him. Of course, he did not dare show it, or else he would be hated by LVing. Yo, isn't this Yu Yen from the Fire Cloud tribe? The dignified son of the tribe's leader actually came here to be a helper. Niu Hao laughed. Who am I supposed to be a thug for? It's none of your business. Yu Yen shouted. He really has a fiery temper. No wonder he was chased out by the fire reverent school. Niu Hao continued to laugh. Yu Yen was furious, but just as he was about to curse, he heard a light female voice coming from outside the door. The reason why Yu Yen was chased out of fire reverent school was not because he has a fiery temper, but because he broke the sect rules. Even though he is the son of the tribe leader, the sect rules of our fire reverent school treat him equally and fairly. Qin Xiang heard the beautiful voice and looked towards the door, only to see a beautiful lady dressed in a red dress slowly walking in. She looked blee, but had a gentle smile on her face, her body releasing a faint fragrance, accompanied with a scorching qi. What a terrifying woman! Qin Xiang thought, Ned woman. Yu Yen snorted. Bro, don't look at her. This woman is very petty. If you look at her a few more times, maybe she will blind you. You just came out from the mountains, and I, your brother, will tell you this. Coming to this fire Tao divine place, you must remember that it is against fire and against women who steal from it. Who is she? At this time, Qin Xiang was still staring at the red-dressed woman without blinking. After all, this was a very beautiful woman, and this woman even revealed an extremely beautiful smile to him. Her name is Chu Hongqing. Her name should be hoping for her love to become red with Pa-S, Shaun, but this woman was born with the karmic luck, so she has been single for many years. Yu Yen said. At this moment, Qin Xiang could feel Yu Yan's deep hatred towards this Chu Hongqing. If not, he would not have allowed such a great old master as Yu Yen to talk for so long while about a woman. Chu Hongqing scoffed. Yu Yen, I never thought that you would also learn the tricks of us women. You would not even blush when you speak ill of others behind everyone's back. Yu Yen shouted, bulls. H-I+T. I never speak ill of others behind their backs. Qin Xiang couldn't help but laugh. This Yu Yen was really like that. Fire Reverent School is the supreme existence of the Fire Tao Divine Place. As the Des of the Fire Reverent School, you shouldn't be coming here together with Niu. How to ruin my reputation, right? LVing said as he looked at Chu Hongqing. Qin Xiang was just a newbie. This Chu Hongqing was not simple. He actually had such a high position in the Fire Reverent School, and now he was staring at Chu Hongqing's beautiful face. See 2373. See 2373. When Chu Hongqing saw how bold Qin Xiang was looking at her, she did not feel disgusted either. Furthermore, she would smile faintly at him from time to time. I just heard that the two of you were going to have a compet. One, tie-in or something today. Leader asked me to come and have a look so that the two of you wouldn't fight until your heads bled. I am a weak girl, and I hate it when people beat me to death. Chu Hongqing smiled sweetly and then glanced at Qinxiang. Yu Yan immediately turned his head away. He believed that this young lad, Qinxiang, would definitely be bewitched by Chu Hongqing to the point of turning his divine soul upside down. The fiction, the fastest new sections of the fiction bulls. H.I. plus T, you're also a weak girl? Snorted. Seems like he had suffered under Chu Hongqing's hand before. Qinxiang finally S.H.I. plus feeded his gaze away and no longer looked at Chu Hongqing. He had been tormented by Yu Yan to the point that his ALS had almost been ripped out. LVing, is this little brother one of yours? Even though he has not cultivated his Dao body, I can feel that he has a fire talent within him. Chu Hongqing ignored Yu Yan and asked, He. Just as LVing was about to answer, Yu Yan quickly said, Of course he is. He's in this shop and he's still my brother. I just think that he has a great future in Fire Reverent School. Chu Hongqing laughed. Humph, you've told so many people and they all died. It is not because of you. We tribe members are fine. Other people's conditions to enter the Fire Reverent School are so harsh. They're simply courting death. Yu Yan said, Little brother, you might as well consider it. LVing and Niu Hao, the two esteemed elder, came from our Fire Reverent School, so their ability to refine pills was also learnt inside the Fire Reverent School. Chu Hongqing continued to speak. She had indeed noticed that Qinxiang had the fire of a Bu, which was considered Bu MPY for someone with Qinxiang's strength. LVing said, Enough of your rubbish, old cow. How are you going to compete today? Hurry, we have urgent matters to attend to. Niu Hao pushed out a young man and said, My disciple doesn't like the alchemist in your shop, so I want to compete with you in refining pills. You won't refuse, right? Even if you refuse, it doesn't matter. I promise I won't laugh at you, and I won't spread the word that you rejected me because you were afraid. Since you've already said so, how could I not refuse? LVing snorted, then took out a piece of communication jade symbol paper, which should be sending a message to an alchemist. Qinxiang carefully inspected the disciple that Niu Hao pushed out. On the surface, he looked like an honest man, but he could feel that the fire qi that he was emitting was really strong. Not long after, a tall and skinny man walked down from the stairs. When he saw Niu Hao and his disciples, he frowned. Third bro, can you beat this guy? LVing asked. Yes. That third brother nodded. He seemed to be full of energy. Good, then you can begin now. Since we are the challengers, then the rules will be decided by us. Refining the Yaogadan out in 2 hours. Niu Hao said, Bring in the ingredients. The outcome will be decided by the quant. 1. Tie and quality of the pill. Qinxiang secretly nodded his head. This was a very common rule for decisive battles, which was reasonable. What surprised him was that they would actually compete and refine Yaogadan. This kind of pill should be more basic. As long as it was an alchemist, they would all know how to refine it. Otherwise, they wouldn't sell it so cheaply. No, Wendy, let's start now. I'm in a hurry. LVing said. After this challenge, you are not allowed to come again within a year. All right. Niu Hao nodded and smiled. It could be seen that Niu Hao had a lot of confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big ruckus here. At this time, many people walked in to watch the show, and these people were all famous and, oh bless. At this time, Qinxiang was really looking forward to see how the big chaotic times concoct pills. Both sides took out the herbs and pill furnaces. After checking each other out, there was no Wendy, and they began to refine. Just now, Qinxiang had seen the other party's medicinal ingredients. Just as he had expected, there were indeed a few ingredients to refine bone level Dan. In addition to the white and black fruits, he recognized the black fruits. It was the bone-level fruit, only that it had shrunk by a lot. As for the white him, he didn't care. He suspected that it had a supporting effect. It was troublesome to use bone-level fruit to concoct pills, and Qinxiang had to use fire and water to cure it. Both sides were releasing intense flames, but only a little heat was released. They controlled it well. At this time, Chen Xiang also used the Dao Heart Eye to observe the changes inside the two pill furnaces. When LV Ying's disciple refined it, he actually crushed the medicinal ingredients inside the pill furnace, and then released the flame to refine it. Niu Hao's disciple used a wave of energy to wrap around the medicinal ingredients, and then combined it with the flames to refine the medicinal ingredients. This allowed Chen Xiang to understand that in the big chaotic times, there are many different ways to refine pills. Very quickly, 2 hours had passed, and before the pill could even appear, Chen Xiang had already seen that LV Ying's disciple had lost. LV Ying's disciple also really wanted this to happen. He was able to refine 3 Yaogadan in one go, and it only took him half an hour. Niu Hao's disciple, on the other hand, was able to refine 4 Yaogadan, and the time it took was also only slightly slower than the time it took to compare. The quality is all very good. It seems that all the alchemists in this era are very outstanding. They produce many pills, are able to condense pills quickly, and are of high quality. Chen Xiang had a basic understanding of the alchemist here. Before the hour was up, the match had already ended. Huh. Old donkey, you've lost. LV Ying laughed proudly. B-A-S-T-A-R-D, you actually managed to condense 4 pills. Didn't he only have 2 pills previously? LV Ying's disciple could not help but scold in a low voice. Hee, don't look down on me. To be able to become my disciple, you definitely aren't that bad. Although you lost, but don't take it to heart. It's not that you are too weak, but my disciple is too strong, so you don't have to blame yourself. Niu Hao laughed out loud, extremely pleased with himself. LV Ying's face darkened, losing the compet. 1. Taiyan was extremely serious for them. The matter today would definitely spread, affecting their business. And if Niu Hao won the compet, 1. Taiyan he would S-N-A-T-C H away a lot of business. Chu Hongqing laughed. Boss Lu, you've lost. According to the rules here, you will have to close for half a year. I don't need you to remind me. LV Ying snorted angrily. Chen Xiang never thought that the consequences of losing would be so serious. A thriving business, losing a compet. 1. Tie-in and closing the door for half a year, this would be a huge loss. A single match is enough for such an important duel? I think we should have a few more matches. This way we can show the quality of a shop as a whole, suddenly raising our own level, and then challenge the other party. I feel that even if we win, I don't think that it's that great. Chen Xiang suddenly said. He truly wanted to watch a few more matches. See 2374. See 2374. Hearing Chen Xiang's words, everyone felt that it made sense and secretly nodded. Chen Xiang then said, Ox Boss, has your disciple been studying to refine Yaogadan? Maybe he is stronger than Boss Lu's disciple, but weaker in other aspects, so he only competed in refining this kind of pill. I don't think it's worth it. Yu Yan patted Chen Xiang's shoulder and laughed. Well said, old cow, your disciple is specialized in fighting with his feet, while we use our fists on our side. LV Ying also nodded, that's right. They had lost, so they needed to regain some face. Although everyone believed that they were looking for a reason, they also felt that it was reasonable. That battle just now could not manifest the true strength of an alchemist. Chu Hongqing chuckled. Little brother, don't you know that many alchemists can only refine 2 of these Yaogadan pills? The reason Boss Lu's disciple was able to refine 3 of these Yaogadan pills was because he had been researching these pills for many years, and owner Niu's disciple was also an expert at refining Yaogadan. Thus, this compet. 1. Tie-in can only show their true strength. No matter how you looked at it, you could tell that this woman was speaking up for Niu Hao. Chen Xiang himself didn't know if it was because Chu Hongqing was trying to provoke LV Ying or because he had a good relations. I plus P with her. Then, if I can refine 5 or 6 pills, won't he lose even more miserably? Chen Xiang replied he felt that refining a Yaogadan would not be a problem, even though he had never refined one before. Huh. Niu Hao immediately laughed out loud. You boast too shamelessly. Everyone needs to understand him. Don't laugh at me. Chu Hongqing chuckled. Even the boss Lu beside you can't guarantee that he can refine 5 or 6 pills, not to mention them. Even our Fire Reverent School's Fire Sovereign leader S don't have such standards. Little fellow, you have just come out of the mountains. How much wisdom do you have in the future? Yu Yan immediately snorted. This was what Chu Hongqing was saying. What if I can refine it? Chen Xiang was very confident in himself. Refining the bone-level Dan and the 9-bone divine pill was very easy for him. If he combined the two, it wouldn't be difficult. Niu Hao laughed. What Desfire says is right. She is also an alchemist, and her strength is not below mine. In terms of seniority, we all have to call her master ancestor. Qin Xiang never thought that this Deswazun would have such a high status. Boss Ox, please don't call me an old woman. Chu Hongqing laughed tenderly. That's all for today. I hope Boss Lu will follow the rules. Qin Xiang curled his lips. You all still haven't answered my question. I just asked you all if I could refine 5 or 6 Yaogadan. What would happen to you all? Yu Yan did not know if it was because Chan Xiang had drank too much previously, but he still insisted on drinking. He did not say anything. He only patted Chen Xiang's shoulder. If you can actually refine it, then it means that you are even stronger than our Fire Reverent School's Supreme Flame. If you can really refine it, then I will be your servant and serve you by your side. Chu Hongqing chuckled. Ha. Niu Hao laughed out loud. If you succeed, I will take you as my master. But if you can't, come to my shop and work there for 10,000 years. Without saying anything, Chen Xiang took out a portion of bone-level Dan's medicinal ingredients. According to his previous generation, this could already be considered as a king-grades medicine, because during the compet 1 tie-in just now, he had also used the king-grades medicinal ingredients to refine the pill. In this era, they were merely the ingredients for a heavenly pill. You're serious? Chu Hongqing stopped smiling. Gee. Desfire, don't go back on your words. After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he said to Elving, Boss Lu, lend me these 2 fruits. I only lack those 2 fruits. Elving was also startled, but he still took out 2 fruits. He also wanted to see if Chen Xiang truly knew how to refine pills. Bro, you really know how to refine pills. Did you get all these herbs from the 1,000 jade money I gave you before? Asked him many questions about refining pills previously, but no matter how you looked at it, it seemed like Qin Xiang did not know anything about it. It had only been a few days, and now he already knew how to refine pills. Big brother you, just watch. Chen Xiang received the medicinal ingredients handed over by Elving, and then he said to Chu Hongqing and Niu Hao, Seniors, I am issuing a challenge to you now, and you guys shouldn't be refusing it, right? Just now, you guys have already made a bet with me. If you don't agree to compete with me, wouldn't you be lying? Chu Hongqing walked to Qin Xiang's side and circled around him. Her cute nose twitched and said, You don't smell like alcohol. You probably don't drink, but you don't seem to be sober at all. Why are you guys so long-winded? Why don't you guys compare me? Whether I'm awake or not, and whether I'm crazy or not, we'll know very soon. Qin Xiang smiled faintly. The spectators had always been shocked by Qin Xiang's words. They really wanted to see Qin Xiang lose. There were times when he was young and arrogant. Let's compete then. It's worth it to get a free service for 10,000 years just for a single batch of pills. Niu Hao rolled up his sleeves and took out the pill furnace and the ingredients. If you lose, I just want you to run around the outer court naked. Chu Hongqing mischievously smiled and took out a small green jade pill furnace. Where's your pill furnace? Chu Hongqing laughed. Don't tell me you don't have a pill furnace. I don't need a pill furnace to concoct this kind of broken pill. Chen Xiang said very arrogantly. He looked like he deserved a beating, but others only thought that he was sick. Qin Xiang could not use chuangs, H-I plus G-O-D furnace. Although there was a heavenly furnace, he felt that it was related to this era, so he did not plan to use it, but to use other inferior pill furnaces. He felt that it would be better not to use them. It would be more stable to use magic method furnace instead. How should I refine without using a pill furnace? L.V. Ying's disciple frowned and asked, I don't need a pill furnace to refine it, but it requires a very high level of skill. L.V. Ying said. He didn't know why, but he didn't feel like Qin Xiang was crazy. Boss Ox, let's train him. Don't worry about him for now. Chu Hongqing said, and then became serious. Begin. L.V. Ying shouted. Once he shouted, begin, Niu Hao and Chu Hongqing immediately went ahead, while Chen Xiang immediately used the Dao Heart Eye to observe the insides of their pill furnaces. It's another different method of refinement. After Chu Hongqing put the medicinal ingredients into the pill furnace, he actually used ice to seal them all, and then broke them into pieces. Her ice is also quite special. After breaking it and melting it with flames, the frozen medicinal ingredients actually remain unharmed. Niu Hao's refining methods are the same as his disciples. They are all wrapped with a special force, then started to refine the medicinal ingredients. Chen Xiang carefully observed them for a moment, then released his magic method furnace and threw all the medicinal ingredients in, using his own method to refine the Yaogadan. C. 2375. C. 2375. Other than Chen Xiang being unfamiliar with those small white fruits, he was extremely familiar with the other medicinal ingredients. This little fruit is also very afraid of fire. Looks like it's the same as the bone-level fruit. It needs to be refined with water and fire. Chen Xiang used a very weak flame to test it out, and then hurriedly put it away. If not, the white fruit would be exterminated. After knowing the characteristics of the small white fruit, Qin Xiang released another magic method furnace, which was specially used to refine the bone-level fruit and the small white fruit. Everyone was secretly surprised, because Chen Xiang was trying to refine the pill just now. He looked a little inexperienced, but now he was splitting it into 2 pill furnaces to refine. Although Chen Xiang's magic method furnace was transparent, the people here were all strong and could sense the power of the magic method furnace, so the outline of 2 pill furnaces would also appear in their minds. The 2 magic method furnaces that Chen Xiang had released gave a very deep impression. Because they were very stable, they floated in the air, not moving at all. Even though there were a few waves of energy that could sense them, they were not affected by it at all. This was not a technique that could be cultivated in a short period of time. Chu Hongqing and Niu Hao could obviously tell that they were indifferent in the beginning. But slowly, they also realized that Chen Xiang's 2 magic method furnaces were extremely powerful, with many of their pill furnaces being superior as well. This meant that Chen Xiang had some methods up his sleeves. Amongst the 2 magic method furnace, half a pot of clear water gradually appeared, soaking the bone-level fruit and the small white fruit. The clear water was floating. Inside there were 2 small fruits, one black and one white, that looked like fish swimming in water. They were running around happily. The water was condensed out by Chen Xiang using his G-O-D power. At this moment, he released his flames and permeated into the water. Everyone saw a red flame appear in the clear water and immediately cried out in alarm. The fire in the water looked very beautiful, especially when it was burning. It danced nonstop and emitted a bewitching red light. The flames that seeped into the water were currently like a claw that wrapped around the 2 little fruits in the water and then began to burn them. The bone's black fruit and the bone's white fruit are most afraid of flames. He had tried it just now and almost burnt the bone's white fruit. It looks like this is his first time refining a Yaogadan, but it seems like he has a lot of experience in refining pills. L.V. Ying frowned. Could he have laid a solid foundation deep in the mountains? Chu Hongqing and Niu Hao initially did not put Qin Xiang in their eyes. But now that they saw Qin Xiang becoming more and more bizarre, they started to feel apprehensive in their hearts, even though they looked extremely calm and collected. Qin Xiang's other magic method furnace had also been set ablaze. Directly burn it LV said, "Even though this method is simple and crude without a rich experience and solid foundation, it is impossible to refine medicinal liquid. If it was a stronger alchemist, they would normally like to use this method. It's fast and simple." Chun Xiang's flames looked extremely terrifying. Even though they did not emit any heat wave, the transparent magic method furnace could still feel the kind of faint, threatening aura. After burning for a moment, the medicinal plant within suddenly cracked open. Immediately, rays of light burst out flash. Plussing out with multicolored light and stinging everyone's eyes. Boom! Those medicinal herbs instantly exploded, turning into liquid medicine and a ball of air. The light became even more intense. What terrifying control! He didn't explode the furnace in that explosion just now. LV exclaimed. Just how did he refine it? It should have been refined bit by bit. So why did it suddenly burst into liquid medicine? Chun Xiang used the mystic fire refinement skill, using fire on both the inside and outside, which could increase his speed. His current progress was much faster than Chu Hongqing's and Niu Hao's. This brat. It's actually that powerful. Chu Hongqing scolded in her heart. She truly did not expect that Chun Xiang, who had not even arrived at the Dao Ti realm, would already have such great ability. Amongst the magic method furnace refined by fire and water, the black and white fruits had already melted in the water, and the water had turned black, just like thick black sesame paste. At this moment, Chun Xiang had fused two magic method furnace together. Originally, they were emitting intense, multicolored light, but after merging, they were enveloped in darkness and the entire hall had been restored to its previous state. However, the beautiful and shocking scene was still constantly replaying in everyone's mind. Chun Xiang had already fused all of the medicinal liquid together, turning it into a large ball of medicinal liquid. I really didn't expect it to be this big. As Chun Xiang looked at the large S of medicinal liquid, he secretly rejoiced in his heart. This signified that the number of medicinal pills condensed was much more than he had expected. 8, 9, 10. With a thought from Chun Xiang, the black medicinal liquid was divided into 10 uniform CLU esters. Looking at those 10 small black B, AL, L, S, Chu Hongqing and Niu Hao's bodies trembled. They were extremely shocked and understood what this meant. This meant that Chun Xiang would condense 10 Yaogadan. Chu Hongqing secretly clenched his teeth, his heart hoping for Chun Xiang to not succeed, otherwise she would become his servant. The two of them had never thought that Chun Xiang would be so heaven-defying in refining pills. It had already far said their expectations. In their eyes, condensing 5 Yaogadan was already the best possible level for them. But Chun Xiang had actually made 10. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it at all. Looking at the 10B ALL of black liquid inside Chun Xiang's furnace, slowly turning into smooth and sleek black pellets. Chu Hongqing and Niu Hao even had thoughts of dying. They even suspected that they were having a nightmare, and their emotions were extremely complicated. All right. Chun Xiang took a deep breath. The 10 Yaogadan had already stabilized. I'm done. Chun Xiang chuckled, took out a jade box, and kept the Yaogadan. But Chu Hongqing and Niu Hao were still not done well. Of course, this was not because they were too slow, but rather it was because Chun Xiang was too fast. LV was completely dumbstruck. Just one set of medicinal ingredients was enough to refine 10 Yaogadan, 3 to 4 times more than others. This was truly heaven-defying. Following that, Chu Hongqing and Niu Hao were also done concocting. They could all concoct 4 pills, but their total number was not as many as Chun Xiang. You've lost. Chun Xiang smiled faintly. Although you guys boasted previously that you guys want to acknowledge me as your master, as your servant. But you don't have to worry, I will just treat it as a joke and will let you off. Niu Hao didn't know what to say, and at this moment, Chu Hongqing didn't know what to say either. In comparison, None of them had recovered from their shock yet, but they were all shocked by Chen Xiang's 10 Yaogadenes. I've lost. My shop has been closed for 10 years. After Niu Hao finished speaking, he brought along his own people and left in a dejected manner. He was worried that he would not be able to resist defeating Qin Xiang as his master, and he also wanted to learn Qin Xiang's method of refining pills. Although Qin Xiang used the transparent pill furnace to concoct pills, none of them could see anything. Only Qin Xiang knew the secret behind it. Are you still not leaving? Yu Yan laughed and said to Chu Hongqing. At the same time, he patted Qin Xiang's shoulder. I never break my promise. I am his servant girl now. Why should I leave? Chu Hongqing's words were shocking, causing everyone to be shocked. The high and mighty Ji. Oh, Des Huazun wanted to be someone else's servant. C. 2376. C. 2376 Chen Xiang felt that it was nothing strange that she was so willing to be a servant. She was a smart girl, but now that Chen Xiang had mastered such a profound alchemy, if she could learn it, it would make her stronger. To Chu Hongqing, she felt that it would be easy for a beautiful woman like her to deal with Qin Xiang. Furthermore, Qin Xiang was not that annoying. What you said was the truth. You couldn't be plotting something else, could you? Don't harm younger brother Shin. Yu Yan shouted. If you want to be his servant, that's fine, but make a master-servant contract. That was why Chu Hongqing could leave. Now that she wanted to be Chen Xiang's maid, as long as she had the brains, she would know that she had a goal. Chen Xiang was not strong, but he seemed to have mastered some kind of mysterious pill refining technique. To the alchemist, he was a treasure. As long as they could learn his brilliant pill refining techniques, it was fine to stay by his side. If Chen Xiang accepted a disciple on the spot, there would definitely be many people who would be willing to take him as their master. Not to mention refining 10 of them in one furnace. They would be very satisfied with just 5 of the Yaogadan. The formation of a master-servant contract was very serious. At that time, only the master would be able to remove it, and if the master died, the servant girl would also die. That was why Chu Hongqing hesitated. She was considering whether it was worth it. She did not seem to care about her status as the Fire Nation's Ji. Oh, Des at the moment. If not, she would not willingly become someone's servant. This would be a disgrace to Fire Reverent School. Fine, let it be. I've said it before, I never break my promise. Chu Hongqing hesitated and said. Everyone was shocked. This Chu Hongqing actually wanted to do this. Come. Chu Hongqing shouted. Wait. Chen Xiang laughed. I do not need a servant now, so I plan to sell you. The matter of a servant should be more common. If any of you are interested, I will auction her off here. Chu Hongqing was startled. She immediately went over to Qin Xiang's side and pinched Qin Xiang's ears, then scolded. You'd Ned Brat, don't take things too far. You should be a bit more straightforward. The crowd also scolded Qin Xiang. Chu Hongqing had already done this, but he did not plan to take it. He even auctioned it off in public. Younger brother Shin, this woman is not worth much. I can guarantee that you won't even take her when you open the 10 jade money S. Yu Yan laughed. Humph, that's because they don't dare to take it. Chu Hongqing said as a drop of blood congealed between his brows. This was the master and servant blood contract. Seeing that, Chen Xiang wanted to struggle free, but the drop of blood had already pierced the center of his brows, and just like that, Chu Hongqing became her servant. Done. Chu Hongqing chuckled. My young N. Oh, Blee, I will serve you well in the future. Since things had come to this, Qin Xiang could only accept it. Furthermore, this Chu Hongqing's conditions were not bad, whether it was alchemist or some other Ji. Oh, Des of a Fire Reverent School. They would definitely understand this place very well. Currently, Chu Hongqing had already formed a master and servant blood contract with him, and he would not sell him out, so it was very trustworthy. Seeing how amazing Qin Xiang was, LVing was secretly happy, and at the same time blamed himself for underestimating Qin Xiang. Yu Yan, let's go. If we're a little slower, that beast will leave. Little brother, wait here for us to return. LV Ying said, I want to go with you. Qinxiang said, this. I'm afraid that there will be some dangers. Although you have an incredible talent in alchemy, you haven't even managed to cultivate your Dao body. LV Ying said, don't be afraid, my maidservants will protect me. Qinxiang suddenly pinched Chu Hongqing's beautiful face on the smooth flesh of her face and pulled her forward. Humph! Chu Hongqing scoffed and patted Qinxiang's shoulder. Is my servant girl strong enough? Qinxiang laughed. Enough. Yu Yan laughed. Which, I never expected you to be my brother servant. In the future you must be more polite to me. Chu Hongqing glared at Yu Yan and then ran behind Qinxiang. She could only accept it now, because she didn't know if following Qinxiang was right or wrong, and only wanted to give it a try to see if Qinxiang could help her change her fate. All right, let's go. LV Ying laughed. There was no need to doubt Chu Hongqing's strength as the Des of the Fire Reverent School. She would definitely not be weak. Just like this, Qinxiang followed LV Ying and the others out of the Fire Tao Divine Place. The crowd looked at Qinxiang making a move on Chu Hongqing and cursed him in their hearts. But they also felt that it was a pity that such a good woman was taken away by a little kid who didn't even have a Dao Ti realm. Walking out of the Fire Tao Divine Place, they arrived at a large mountain range. It was already dark by the time they arrived. Everyone was resting at the foot of the mountain. Qinxiang took out the 10 Yaogadan S he had refined and said, how many jade money can this Yaogadan sell for a single pill? Chu Hongqing sat beside Qinxiang. Your quality is good. 100 pills is not a problem. It's really not worth much. Qinxiang curled his lips. In the past, when he was refining bone-level Dan, it was always very valuable, which was why he felt such a sense of disparity. It's not worth much. You can turn 200 jade money's worth of medicinal ingredients into 1,000 jade money S worth of value in just an hour. Think about it. If you refine 10 batches, that would be 10,000 jade money. This is a lot. Chu Hongqing said snappily, the spirit demon woman is right. You only have 100,000 jade money in 10 days and 300,000 in a month. I fight and kill all day long, but only a little is left. Yu Yan laughed. Younger brother Shin, you once said that you would treat me to all the good wine in Fire Tao Divine Place. Don't forget. Of course I won't forget. But then again, are 300,000 jade money a lot? Qinxiang still had no idea. Of course it's much. I refine pills in the Fire Reverent School, and I can only earn over 100,000 jade money a year. I have to spend a lot of money myself. I also need to buy medicinal ingredients to refine pills myself, and I can only save 40 to 50,000 jade money a year. Chu Hongqing said, then looked at LV Ying. Ask Boss Liu, how much can he earn in a month with such a large store? My shop only sells for 100,000 a year. If the business is bad, we might even lose money. If you buy your own medicine and concoct pills, 300,000 a month will be a terrifying amount. LV Ying nodded. Yu Yan said, younger brother Shin, when the time comes, you have to take care of your own jade money. Don't be tricked away by this demoness. This demoness should be determined to be your servant, and is only interested in this little bit of you. This way she will be able to enjoy the glory and wealth. Chu Hongqing rolled her eyes at Yu Yan and said in a tender voice, that's right, that's what I was thinking. Then she hugged Qinxiang's arm, leaned her head on Qinxiang's shoulder, and acted very intimately with him. Young master, aside from refining Yaogadan, you can also refine other pills. Your foundation is very solid. You must have refined many pills. Otherwise you wouldn't have ACCU. Mulat, so much experience. Chu Hongqing asked. Not only her. LV Ying was also very curious. C. 2377. C. 2377 Qinxiang did not know what to say. He truly knew how to refine many pills, and in his generation they were called divine pills, but now, in big chaotic times, the precious pills he concocted were nothing in this world. Firstly, the people here were all strong, and secondly, the pills here were thriving. For example, the Yaugadan S were much better. When they were in the Star Law Divine realm, the bone-level Dan could be sold at a sky-high price, but no one would want to hear. I know how to refine a lot of pills, but you all do not know about these pills, and do not look down on them. In my place, these pills are considered very precious, but the alchemists here are all very outstanding, and they're all very powerful. Qin Xiang sighed. This was also the huge difference in age. Qin Xiang also felt that it was strange that the civilization of pills would decline so much in the later stages of life. Those pills are rather difficult, but they have no use. I spent my time researching how to refine them, and as time went by, I ACCU, mulat a lot of experience. Qin Xiang laughed bitterly. I left my hometown to come here, and seeing the pills here has completely overturned my common sense. Your alchemy skills have even overturned my common sense. Chu Hongqing laughed. This means that, little brother, you have a solid foundation. It is very easy to refine the pills here. Your flame is also very strong. It is not affected by your lack of Tao body, which means although your cultivation is not high, your pill refining level is higher than other alchemists. LV Ying nodded his head. He wanted to pull Qin Xiang into his shop, but he felt that it was not possible. After all, Chu Hongqing was by Qin Xiang's side. Although she was now Qin Xiang's servant, if she treated Qin Xiang well, when he grew up, she would be the one to endless wealth. Young master, I will teach you how to refine our pills in the future. Chu Hongqing said, which, you can just be my brother's servant like this. Will it be hard to explain to Fire Reverent School? Yu Yan asked, what's there to be afraid of? I can leave Fire Reverent School at any time. Aren't you guys the same? Chu Hongqing laughed. Fire Reverent School is always relatively free. I have never been restricted by your rules. After that, Qin Xiang chatted with them for a while and fell asleep while hugging Chu Hongqing's soft and fragrant body. Chu Hongqing did not sleep, and it was the same for Yu Yan and LV Ying. They were currently in the wilderness, and powerful savage beasts could appear at any moment. They had to be on alert at all times. When dawn arrived, Qin Xiang yawned, looking full of spirit. Let's continue moving forward. That savage beast isn't far from here. LV Ying said, Boss Lu, is that savage beast very precious? Qin Xiang asked. Of course it's precious. Boss Lu, if he were to kill this savage beast, as long as he showed his worth, he would be able to earn quite a lot of jade money. Chu Hongqing said. She was extremely familiar with these things. Qin Xiang came this time only to broaden his knowledge, to see what a savage beast looked like. In the afternoon, Qin Xiang and the others came to a canyon. LV Ying's expression suddenly became serious. Not good. This seems to be the den of a beast. Chu Hongqing's beautiful face suddenly paled. You still came to the beast lair to die? Let's go. Just as LV Ying finished speaking, many black figures suddenly appeared from the front and back. Upon closer inspection, it was a gigantic, barbaric beast. It's the dragon and eagle. The savage beasts that Qin Xiang saw were actually numerous huge dragons. It was just that all of them had huge wings. These dragon eagles were very cunning. They had actually come without any sound. Even LV Ying and the others had not noticed them before. Young master, stay close to me. Chu Hongqing had to protect Qin Xiang at this moment. If he died, she and Qin Xiang, who had a blood bond as master and servant, would die as well. Qin Xiang nodded his head. These dragon eagles were very powerful. There were more than 20 of them flying in the sky, with their huge wings and bodies covering the sky, making the ground very dark. Roar! A dragon eagle roared out, spitting out a bolt of lightning, striking towards Chu Hongqing at an extremely fast speed, causing Chu Hongqing to not even have the time to dodge. Seeing that she was so slow, Qinxiang immediately grabbed her and teleported away, avoiding that terrifying lightning bolt. Boom! The lightning struck the ground and shattered it, causing a burst of gravel to fly into the air. Your reaction is too slow. Qinxiang said, No, let's quickly run. These guys are too scary. Qinxiang never thought that these beasts would actually be so strong. They were far more powerful than warriors like LV Ying and Yu Yan, and there were still more than 20 of them. They were simply not his match. This won't do. Their escape routes have already been sealed off. Just as Yu Yan finished speaking, Chu Hongqing shouted in shock, They're going to attack at the same time. They are all lightning dragon eagle. They're fast, and their mouths can shoot out terrifying lightning. If they get hit, they will most likely die. LV Ying's face changed, and everyone started to run away. Come to me, Qinxiang anxiously shouted. Then he took out the 6 realms mirrors, causing it to become extremely huge, like a giant ray of light floating in the sky. Young master, are you a heavenly artifact? Seeing the spirit grain on Qinxiang's 6 realms mirrors, Chu Hongqing could not help but ask. LV Ying, Yu Yan, and the other few big-sized men also rushed to Qinxiang's side and hid under the 6 realms mirrors. I don't know. As soon as Qinxiang finished speaking, rumbling sounds came from above, and the 6 realms mirrors was still trembling. From all 4 directions, one could tell that the lightning dragon eagle in the sky was constantly striking them with lightning. However, all of this was blocked by Qinxiang's 6 realms mirrors. This must be a divine weapon of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to withstand so many attacks from lightning dragon eagle. LV Ying was shocked. Little brother, this thing is yours. I can pick it up. Qinxiang said. He had gotten the 6 realms mirrors a long time ago, but he had actually picked it up and not lied. Our heavenly artifact, that easy to pick up? Chu Hongqing curled his lips and said, The lightning dragon eagle in the sky let out strange cries. It no longer had its previous intimidating aura. These guys should be injured as well. Qinxiang said, This is a mirror that can reflect attacks. The lightning they use is much easier to radiate. After he shrunk the 6 realms mirrors to a smaller size, he could see that it was charred black all over, with quite a few huge feathers floating everywhere. These were all injuries caused by their own lightning strikes. Qinxiang sent his consciousness into the 6 realms mirrors, and just now, it was struck by countless lightning bolts. The 6 realms mirrors had also absorbed a large amount of lightning energy, so he activated the 6 realms mirrors and struck the lightning energy out, striking one of the lightning dragon eagle. Roar! The lightning dragon eagle screamed and fell to the ground, SMAs. Plussing the ground and causing the ground to shake violently. C-2378. C-2378 come in. Qinxiang turned the mirror towards the falling lightning dragon eagle and created a strong suction force. Bringing it over at that moment, the group of lightning dragon eagle in the sky shot out lightning bolts from their mouths. Qinxiang anxiously used the 6 realms mirrors to block them. These guys were quite crafty just now. Why are they so stupid now? Qinxiang laughed. Seems like we don't need to do anything to kill this group of people. LV Ying and the others didn't know what to say either. They had originally thought that they would return covered in wounds and wounds, but they didn't expect that things would take such a turn. You can attack now. These guys are being tortured by their own lightning. Qinxiang said, Don't be afraid of them. Yu Yan was the first to attack. Jumping into the air, he used the gigantic axe in his hands to slash at one of the lightning dragon eagle. After the red light from the giant axe shot past, it actually cut off the head of that lightning dragon eagle. After that, LV Ying and the other big-sized men all took action. They were extremely excited, since this lightning dragon eagle was also a powerful barbaric beast. It would be good if they could hunt one, but there were so many of them. Not long after, 10 lightning dragon eagle fell to the ground, while the rest escaped. Chu Hongqing also did not make a move. She wanted to protect Qin Xiang. Although she knew that Qin Xiang was not simple, she was still worried. They only wanted 3 of the 10 lightning dragon eagle, and the rest were all given to Qin Xiang. They knew that this was all thanks to Qin Xiang, or else they would not be able to obtain a single one and might even be injured. Qin Xiang also accepted the corpses of the 7 lightning dragon eagle-s, then happily returned with LV Ying and the others. This lightning dragon eagle can be sold for 200,000. Bro, you sent it. After it's sold, you must treat us to a drink. Yu Yan laughed. Definitely. Qin Xiang laughed. Gongzi, what exactly is your background? I don't believe that you picked up that heavenly artifact. Chu Hongqing asked curiously. That thing is called heavenly artifact. Qin Xiang asked. Previously, it was called the 6 divine weapons. Yes, it's a divine tool bred by the heavenly Tao. It's incomparably precious. Legends say that it can sell for tens of billions of jade money. Chu Hongqing nodded. So valuable. Qin Xiang purposely revealed a surprised expression. He would definitely not sell it. He believed that he could earn a lot of jade money, so he did not need to sell these things. Little brother, it's best if you don't use it normally. If people with evil intentions find out, they will definitely N-A-T-C-H it away. LV Ying warned. That's right, especially those heavenly G-O-D sect disciples. If they knew that the heavenly artifact is not in their hands, they would definitely think of ways and means to get it. Yu Yan glanced at Chu Hongqing. This, which is Fire Reverent School, and Fire Reverent School, is also a member of the heavenly G-O-D sect. Humph. Right now he is my master. Selling him would be seeking death. So what good is that to me? Chu Hongqing anxiously hugged onto Qin Xiang's arm and snorted. Chu Hongqing could be considered dead set now. Just now, she and LV Ying had experienced Qin Xiang's abilities. If not for Qin Xiang, they might have been heavily injured in order to escape. I'll be careful. Qin Xiang pinched Chu Hongqing's face and said, Let's go back first. They had only walked for a short period of time when they noticed that there was someone ahead. It's them. The Fire Reverent School's beast hunting team is rather famous in the Fire Reverent School. Chu Hongqing frowned. Why are they here? I bought that savage beast of mine from these fellows, and they nearly caused my death. LV Ying snorted. They should be here to see if we're dead or not. These be ASTARDS. I must wring their heads off and feed it to the dogs. Yu Yan was furious. He raised his axe and was about to go over. Big brother you, wait a minute. They look very aggressive. They should be coming for us. Qin Xiang said, We were all tired just now. We'll just wait and see. There were only 5 people who had come, and all of them looked very strong. Just from the vicious aura they emitted, one could tell how strong they were. You guys went to kill the lightning dragon eagle and came back. A man wearing black armor asked as he looked at Chu Hongqing with a cold expression. He's back. I'm lucky that he didn't die there. LV Ying sneered. Are you planning to collect our corpses? The black-armored man ignored LV Ying and looked at him instead. Hongqing, you really made a master and servant blood bond with this kid. Absolutely, many people saw it then. Chu Hongqing said, He-san, just give up. Don't you know how I feel about you? Why would you rather be his servant than my woman? He-san's face darkened. In what way am I, He-san, not worthy of you? I am the eldest son of a patriarch of the heavenly Dao family. How can I not be worthy of this kid? Humph. Do you think I don't know about that stupid thing you said? There were more than 10 women in front of you, and they were all killed by you. Chu Hongqing scoffed. Yu Yan and LV Ying both felt that something was off. Sure enough, the gloomy-faced He-san suddenly thrusted out his sword, aimed at Qin Xiang's throat, and pierced through his throat. Everyone was startled. No one expected that He-san would suddenly attack Qin Xiang. Take away my woman, then die, Chu Hongqing. Since you do not like me, then go and die as well. He-sun laughed sinisterly. This He-sun indeed had something wrong with her heart. No wonder even his woman was killed by him. Qinxiang understood what Chu Hongqing had said just now. When He-sun saw that Chu Hongqing was fine, he reacted that Qinxiang was not dead. Chu Hongqing and Qinxiang had a master and servant blood contract, and even if the master and servant died, Chu Hongqing was still perfectly fine. Young master. You. Chu Hongqing also felt it was strange. She tugged at Qinxiang and could feel his warmth. My life is so tough. He-sun thrust it again, going through Qinxiang's forehead. When he pulled out the sword, it was bleeding profusely. Bastard, you dare to kill my brother? I'll kill you. Yu Yan was furious. Ying and Chu Hongqing were also furious, and they both attacked. You bunch of trash. If you had the ability, you would have stopped me long ago, but you're too weak. You can't keep up with my speed. Haha, cripple them. He-sun laughed sinisterly, but immediately felt that something was amiss. Chu Hongqing did not die. Could it be that my master-servant contract is not effective? Chu Hongqing looked at the fallen Qinxiang and felt it was strange. Yu Yan's gigantic axe had already struck at He-sun, but at the same time He-sun used his sword to block, Qinxiang suddenly appeared behind him, and the speed of his sword was actually much faster than He-sun's. Qinxiang's heavenly magic sword was still as invincible as ever. He gathered all of his power and swung his sword at immortal He-sun's neck. He-sun's head immediately tumbled to the ground, and he immediately rushed over. The meteor immortal power beneath his feet erupted outwards and stepped on He-sun's head. Boom! He-sun's head was smashed into smithereens by his foot, causing sparks to fly everywhere, and fell onto the ground, burning with raging flames. The real him was already hiding inside the spatial crack and waiting for an attack. Therefore, when Yu Yan tried to distract He-sun's attention, Qinxiang made his move and used the extremely sharp heavenly magic sword to cut off He-sun's head. Qinxiang received two simple and crude moves and actually killed He-senator. He was so shocked that both Chu Hongqing and Yu Yan were speechless. C. 2379. C. 2379 Qinxiang had killed He-sun, so the few men who came with him were all stunned. They did not know how to react. He-sun was their leader and was extremely powerful. But now He-sun was killed by a little kid just like that. The head is dead. We have to bring him back. Otherwise, we cannot explain ourselves and capture them all. A man that followed He-sun said, Kill them too. Qinxiang suddenly sent a sound transmission to Yu Yan. S position in Fire Reverence School was very high. If this matter were to spread, not only Qinxiang, but even Yu Yan and Ying would be in trouble. Yu Yan immediately took action, and Ying immediately followed along. Chu Hongqing clenched his teeth, took out a red long blade, and also killed the few men who followed. Senator Qinxiang immediately hid himself inside the spatial crack. Just now, he had only been able to kill He-sun because of his sneak attack. Right now, those few people all knew that he had this ability, so they were secretly on guard against him. Therefore, he did not plan to join the battle. He believed that Yu Yan and the others could definitely take care of these people. The overall strength of Yu Yan and the others were already very strong, and with the addition of the Death of Fire, Chu Hongqing, to join them, the other party was currently being tightly suppressed. There was no way out for them. After a while, Qinxiang came out of the spatial crack. The battle outside had ended. Fire Reverence School probably doesn't know. Qinxiang said, No, just clean up this place. But they should know that these guys are dead by now. Ying said, They must have had life orbs inside the Fire Reverence School. Chu Hongqing sighed. If leader knew that I had done such a thing, he definitely wouldn't let me go. Qinxiang laughed. Who asked that He-sun to kill himself? That fellow is mentally ill. He wanted to kill me, and you earlier. If I did not kill him, we might all die. LV Ing nodded his head. This guy is very strong. He is one of the strongest beast hunting squads in the Fire Reverent School. And this small team was formed from Hisen's support. The teammates beside him have already been changed many times. It seems like his teammates were killed by his brutal personality. Chun Xiang took out the chuangs. H-I plus G. D furnace and placed all the bodies inside it to burn them. Bro, your sneak attack skills are truly superb. It seems like you've done quite a bit of work. Yu Yan laughed. Just now, Chen Xiang was extremely experienced. Only by doing it frequently could he cultivate to such an extent. Chen Xiang only laughed. There's nothing I can do, I'm too weak. If I want to kill strong and weak, I can only do this. Yu Yan laughed out loud. Looks like in the future, when you kill someone, you must smash their head or else you might not die. He-san is too arrogant. If not, you would not suffer such a loss. Although they had killed a powerful team in the Fire Reverent School, LV Ing and the others were not worried at all. They were also secretly pleased, especially news about LV Ing, who bought the Lightning Dragon Eagle from his Senator Qin Xiang, and the others returned to Fire Tao Divine Place, where Qin Xiang and Chu Hongqing currently resided in LV Ying's shop. The shop was a tall tower, and there were many empty rooms on top of it. Hongqing, don't you need to go back to the Fire Tao Divine Place? Qin Xiang asked as he took off his clothes. No, you don't need to go back. What are you doing? Seeing Chen Xiang taking off his clothes, Chu Hongqing's face changed slightly as he asked worriedly, Take a bath. You're my servant now, but I've never seen you serve me. Why don't you come over? Chen Xiang laughed sinisterly. Chu Hongqing pouted and walked over to help Qin Xiang take off his clothes. Moreover, she had to help him get hot water. Today's harvest was pretty good. Let's have a good rest first. After Qin Xiang finished showering, he comfortably lied on the bed, closed his eyes and fell asleep. After Chu Hongqing finished showering, she saw that Qin Xiang was lying on the bed naked. The first time she saw a man's entire body, her beautiful face immediately flushed red. She then hurriedly walked over and covered him with a thin blanket. Qin Xiang suddenly opened his eyes, laughed sinisterly and pulled her onto the bed. I want to hug you and sleep. You don't act recklessly. I only promise to be your servant. Chu Hongqing pouted as he held her in his arms. You are my servant, and I can do whatever I want to you. Master-servant contract said that you cannot resist master. Chen Xiang hugged her, blew her earlobes, and then laughed evilly. Chen Xiang was also only carrying her to sleep, but her hands were just a bit dishonest. Chu Hongqing had accepted it, but she was a little disappointed now. Qin Xiang was actually only carrying her to sleep and did not do anything else. This brat. Chu Hongqing wanted to pull Qin Xiang's bad hand away from her chest, but to no avail. She silently sighed and could only give up. Daybreak, Chu Hongqing helped Qin Xiang put on his clothes, and then Qin Xiang went to find LV Ying. He had sold the 10 Yaogadan S he had refined at LV Ying's place and obtained 10,000. Then he had sold a lot of wine from the hotel to the side and had a good drink with Yu Yan. The wine here was extremely strong. Qin Xiang had drank a lot and was drunk at night. Chu Hongqing nagged as he helped to wash the wine off his body. In the middle of the night, when Chen Xiang woke up, he saw that half of Chu Hongqing's clothes were in disarray and half of his chest was exposed. However, seeing that Chu Hongqing's upper body was in a mess, he heaved a sigh of relief. So beautiful. Qin Xiang couldn't resist reaching out his hand to rub it. Chu Hongqing also immediately woke up, then slapped away Qin Xiang's hand. Didn't you touch it enough last night? It hurts so much. Chu Hongqing said with a red face, I already told you not to mess around with that bee. A-S-T-A-R-D, and you didn't listen. If someone came to find trouble with you, with your drunk look, you would definitely be beaten to death. Hee, I only want to sleep this time. Qin Xiang snickered, carried Chu Hongqing, and then fell asleep beautiful. When Qin Xiang woke up, he did not see Chu Hongqing. He hastily dressed himself and walked out of the room. Speaking of which, it was not bad to have Chu Hongqing to accompany her. It was a great thing to have such a beautiful, prestigious, and powerful beauty as a servant. You didn't leave, you worried me to death. Qin Xiang laughed. I didn't do anything to you last night, right? Humph. Chu Hongqing spat out and said in a low voice, It's only making my pinching more painful. Qin Xiang had his own principles in this regard. He would not do that sort of thing to a woman who did not have any feelings for him. Hongqing, teach me how to refine pills. It would be best if you could teach me how to use the lightning dragon eagle in my hands to concoct pills. I still don't know how to deal with those lightning dragon eagle. Qin Xiang said he needed to hurry up and cultivate his Tao body. He was currently too weak. C. 2380. C. 2380, no matter whether it was the strength or the physical body, the lightning dragon eagle were both extremely powerful. If Qin Xiang had not used the Six Realms mirrors to reflect their strength back, it would have been difficult for them to kill the lightning dragon eagle at that time. Before, Chu Hongqing knew that Qin Xiang did not understand anything about the pills here, and she had also said that she would teach Qin Xiang how to refine pills. Generally speaking, beast meat and beast blood can be used to concoct pills. However, this needs to be accompanied by some medicinal ingredients. Chu Hongqing said, Other than this, I will need a pill furnace that has a lot of SPC inside, because at that time I will need to store the huge body of the lightning dragon eagle inside. What can a refined pill do? Qin Xiang took out the heavenly furnace. The interior of the heavenly furnace was quite large. Let's see which aspect you need to improve. Physical body, divine deity, and bones are all fine, but this will mainly depend on the ingredients used. Chu Hongqing took out a few medicinal ingredients and placed them in front of Qin Xiang. You should know this herb. It is used to refine Yaogadan. However, it has to be of a higher grade. It was a high-grade heaven step medicine. It was able to refine a high-grade heaven step pill. If it is refined with beast meat and beast blood, eating it will help you form your bones. The last two medicinal ingredients are respectively related to the flesh and blood of the divine deity. Is the high-grade heaven-ranked medicine expensive? Qin Xiang asked again. Sky pill was a common sight here. There were a lot of ingredients. Not too expensive. You can buy it with 5,000 jade money. If they were able to refine high-grade, heaven-ranked Yaogadan, one pellet could be sold for 10,000 jade money. It was just that it was easier to fail during the refining process, and there were fewer pills. In order to guarantee its success, alchemists would usually lower its quality. If I add the beast blood and meat to make it, how much more expensive would it be? Qin Xiang asked again. 5 to 10 times depends on the quality. Usually, buyers will invite an appraiser to appraise a pill that costs 10,000 jade money as per pellet. Chu Hongqing laughed tenderly. Young master, do you really lack jade money now? You need jade money, I have it here. You should first refine a pill for yourself to eat so that you can become stronger. That's true. However, a lot of jade money are needed in order to buy a lot of high-grade medicinal ingredients. My goal is to refine those high-grade, useful divine pellets. Let's forge this first. Chu Hongqing Pa S said the medicinal ingredients to Qin Xiang. She was currently very good to Qin Xiang, just like how she was to her own master. Put a lightning dragon eagle into my storage box and let me deal with the corpse. You can refine the ingredients first, and then add in the beast meat and beast blood. Chu Hongqing took out an exquisite and beautiful small wooden chest. After Qin Xiang placed one lightning dragon eagle inside, he started to release flames to refine the medicinal ingredients. Right now, he was also refining Yaogadan, but the rank was higher. These medicinal ingredients are not easy to deal with. From the very beginning, Qin Xiang had already felt that it was extremely difficult. The Yaogadan that he had previously refined was a low-grade heaven stage, but now it had directly jumped to high-grade heaven stage. Not long after, Chen Xiang's heavenly furnace made a loud bang. The furnace exploded. Chu Hongqing slightly frowned. I was too careless. I should have let you refine a mid-grade heaven-ranked spirit beast first. It's fine. There was a slight mistake. Chun Xiang said, then put away the heavenly furnace and took out the chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace. Chu Hongqing gave him another batch of ingredients. She looked at Chun Xiang's chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace, and asked, is this pill furnace powerful? Very powerful. Chen Xiang laughed and then continued. Chu Hongqing was currently dealing with a lightning dragon eagle's corpse. All of this was done inside her storage box. Her small wooden box had a lot of S-P-A-C inside and was able to store the corpse of a huge savage beast. She then controlled the many sharp blades inside to cut apart the corpse of the savage beast and at the same time collect the beast's blood. The alchemists here were all familiar with these things. Although Chu Hongqing was a girl, he had to do these things himself often. Chen Xiang's previous failure was also because he did not have enough fire energy. He did not expect that the usually weak medicinal ingredients would suddenly increase multiple times during the process of refinement and become very difficult to refine. It was because he could not suppress the swelling power of the medicinal herbs with his strong flames that caused the furnace to explode. The grade of these medicinal herbs must definitely far surpass that of a heaven-rank divine pill. Chan Xiang thought to himself. He quickly reached the place where he failed previously, and this time he successfully said through the flames released by the chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace also had a strong stability, which was very useful for him to refine pills. 3 days had said, and Chen Xiang was still refining. After all, this was a very difficult heavenly pill, and it was normal for it to take time. Hongqing, when will you be able to join the beast blood and meat? Chen Xiang asked. It's best if you prepare to condense the pill. Chu Hongqing said. You've reached that level now. It's done. Chen Xiang nodded. This is way too fast. It's only been 3 days. Chu Hongqing could not believe it. Chen Xiang had not even reached the Dao Ti realm. Her cultivation must be very weak. The fire she was releasing must be limited, not to mention Chen Xiang. Even she would need 5 days. It's slow for me. Chen Xiang laughed. The beast blood meat is inside. Chu Hongqing took out a small jade box. It was a storage magic treasure, and inside it was the beast meat that Chu Hongqing had distributed to them. Chen Xiang threw it in, and not long later it was refined and smoothly mixed into the medicinal liquid. Is that all? Chan Xiang felt that it was too little. The beast blood was just a vat, and a few 100 kilograms of beast meat. That lightning dragon eagle was actually very big. Do you want to refine the entire lightning dragon eagle? If you just add a little, that will be enough. 1 lightning dragon eagle will be enough for many times. Chu Hongqing said snappily, Get 2 more. For portions. Chen Xiang said quickly. Chu Hongqing had no other choice. He could only give 4 to Chen Xiang according to the amount he had just given. After Chen Xiang poured the pellet in and refined it for 2 hours, the liquid inside started to emit a faint golden light. The effects are indeed quite good. Chen Xiang laughed. I never thought that savage beasts could have such uses. He divided the medicinal liquid into 5 groups. This was also the reason why he wanted more beast meat and blood. It was because he wanted to concoct more pills. Chu Hongqing saw that Chen Xiang was successful and also secretly hoped for Chen Xiang to produce a pill. She and Chen Xiang had formed the master-servant contract, so even if she was unable to obtain the pill refining skills that Chen Xiang had inherited, but if Chen Xiang was able to concoct many good pills, she would definitely obtain many good ones. It's a success. Chen Xiang laughed, opened his pill furnace, and took out 5 golden pellets. 5 pills. Chu Hongqing shouted in surprise and admiration. C. 2381. C. 2381 Qinxiang wiped his sweat. When Chu Hongqing saw this, he also quickly helped him wipe his sweat. Hongqing, how many jade money do you think I can sell these 5 pills for? Qinxiang asked. This is a light gold crystal pill. Selling it for 50,000 is not a problem. Chu Hongqing said, but you should just eat by yourself. Qinxiang nodded his head. Then, I shall go into closed-door cultivation for a while. After he finished speaking, he entered a secret room and ate the pill that he had just refined. 5 days later, Qinxiang refined all of the medicinal powers of the pellets. What he did not expect was that these 5 pellets actually allowed him to condense 9 azure dragon bones. The azure dragon inside the second divine sense, he was already filled with bones, and his fleshly body had also risen by a lot. In addition to the bones that the azure dragon has just condensed, the flames that I have released are even stronger, if not for the help of the Chuangs. H-I plus G. Oh, D furnace, my previous flames would not have been able to refine high-grade, heaven-ranked Yao Gadan. Was extremely excited. He felt that he would need to cultivate in a Tao body soon. When I finish cultivating the Tao body, I will go back to look for Qilian and the others. Qinxiang had already understood that the forest where the great heaven star was located was a deathly still place. The barbaric beasts would not go, nor would they grow medicinal herbs. Walking out of the secret room, Qinxiang shouted, Hongqing, she's not here. Qinxiang frowned. He then looked around the room and the hall, but he did not find Hongqing. When he was outside, he could smell the aroma of the wine and knew that Yu Yan was drinking again. Younger brother Shin, you've finally come out from closed-door cultivation. Yu Yan laughed. Quickly come over and drink a few bowls. I've only been in closed-door cultivation for 5 days, right? What do you mean, finally? Qinxiang laughed. He walked over and drank a big bowl. Have you seen my servant girl? She has returned to the Fire Reverent School. The Fire Reverent School is hosting a grand gathering for the Heavenly Tao sect, and as the Goddess of the Fire Reverent School, how can she not return? It was Fire Reverent School leader who came to call her. As Yu Yan spoke, his expression became serious. Bro, you might be in trouble. Fire Reverent School leader is very dissatisfied with you taking the spirit demon woman as your slave. You need to be careful. I will pay attention. Qinxiang nodded. Then what's the Heavenly Tao sect gathering? It's just a bunch of guys showing off. What's wrong? Are you interested? Yu Yan's eyes lit up and he laughed. You are so good at refining pills. Then maybe you'll be able to H-I plus an E there, which is good for you. Tell me about this gathering. Qinxiang laughed. I still prefer to join in on the fun. It's a group of powerful sects and families gathering together to compare. However, little brother, your current power is still a bit off from being able to cultivate a Tao body. Yu Yan said, It's already too late. There's still 3 months of time. Why can't I return in time? Qinxiang laughed. I have complete time. Right. How do I contact my young maid? She said she would come every few days. You just wait patiently. Don't go look for her in the Fire Reverent School right now. Those fellows from the Fire Reverent School have been bewitched by this, which to the point of having their divine soul turned upside down. When they found out that you took her as your slave, they couldn't help but want to tear you into pieces. Yu Yan laughed. Right now, there are many young masters who want to see you. They should be trying to curry favor with you. I'm too lazy to see them. Qinxiang said with a smile, and then took another sip of the wine. Brother Yu, in this world, are Fire Reverent School's leader the strongest? Qinxiang asked. If it is in the Fire Tao Divine Place's eyes, he is considered stronger. However, I am also not sure just how big this world is, although there are many powerful sects and ancient families in this region. Outside of this region, Fire Reverend School Leader is probably not even worth a fart, Yu Yan said. Of course, we might not leave this area for the rest of our lives, and we don't have the ability to. Chen Xiang was shocked. He never thought that this big chaotic times would actually be so vast. Even Yu Yan felt that he was unable to leave this area. Chen Xiang suddenly felt that Yu Yan and the others did not know about the existence of those natural law divine spiritess. Not long after, Chu Hongqing arrived. When she saw Chen Xiang drinking, she chastised him with her charming voice, and Chen Xiang then pulled her away. Hongqing, is your leader dissatisfied with me? Chen Xiang asked. Do you want me to rescind the master and servant blood contract? No need, this is my own problem. Even if he's unhappy, it doesn't matter. Chu Hongqing smiled at Chen Xiang. Don't worry about this. I will settle this matter. How is it going after you ate those 5 pills? The effects of condensing 9 bones are very good. Right. Where is the lightning dragon eagle's divine soul? My bones needs to be integrated with the divine soul. Chen Xiang said, Here, that lightning dragon eagle has quite a few divine deities. They have all been taken out, and that can also be used to refine pills. Chu Hongqing took out a small red bag. Take a look. Chen Xiang looked inside. There were more than 100 divine deity and more than 10 bones. All of them seemed to be very strong. What about the beast meat and beast blood? Give it all to me. I want to concoct pills. I want to cultivate my Tao body as soon as possible so that I can partake. 1. P. 8 in the gathering. Chen Xiang laughed. You really want to go? Chu Hongqing frowned slightly. Can't you go? Chen Xiang said, Yes, but now, even the disciples of Fire Reverend School hate you. I'm worried that something might happen to you if you go. Chu Hongqing said, Then I won't go. Chen Xiang laughed. Hongqing, why don't you leave Fire Reverend School? You should be clear that following me is much better than staying in Fire Reverend School. My father has a good relations. I plus P with the leader. If I were to leave the Fire Reverend School now, the leader would definitely not agree to it. Chu Hongqing shook her head. She gave all the refined beast meat and beast blood to Chen Xiang, as well as the lightning dragon eagle scales, bones, dragon tendons, and other good materials. What about your father? Chen Xiang asked. He died a long time ago. Chu Hongqing sighed. Right now, you better raise your strength first, and give me another lightning dragon eagle. I'll help you get it. Chen Xiang nodded. When Chu Hongqing left, he started to refine pills again. Just now, Chu Hongqing had given him more than 10 sets of medicinal ingredients, which were enough for him to refine quite a few heaven stage high rank Yaogadan. Chen Xiang had originally wanted to join in on the fun, but she could tell that Chu Hongqing wasn't too willing to join in. It might be because of his master-servant relations. I plus P with Chu Hongqing. Otherwise, it would attract too much attention and attract a lot of trouble. I'd better be honest in concocting pills. We'll talk about it when I have the strength. This time, Chen Xiang was refining a batch of pills a day faster than before. Right now, he felt that he could already completely master the high-grade heaven-ranked Yaogadan, so he planned to challenge even more difficult people with Crash Method S in order to refine even more high-grade or in order to produce even more pills. C-2382. C-2382 Chen Xiang liked to challenge things that were even more difficult. In the eyes of others, the harder it was to reach, the more he liked to challenge them, especially this kind of crash method. If other alchemists were able to produce as many pills as he did, they would definitely be very satisfied. However, he was not. In his eyes, this was not the limit. He was very clear about this. In his eyes, there was no limit to refining pills and cultivating. This is a Jingxin Dan from the start. What would happen if we were to clash again? Chen Xiang had never tried it before. In the era of the Star Law Divine Realm, when he was refining the King Grade and Divine Pellet, it was very difficult to use the crash method. Now that his strength had increased by a lot, and he even had chuangs. I plus G. Oh, D furnace, he wanted to give it a try. Bang, bang. Chunseong controlled the 5 clumps of medicinal liquid inside the pill furnace to collide with each other at the same time. Previously, he had injected a very powerful force into the pill furnace to push them forward. So at the moment of impact, the chuangs, H, I plus G. Oh, D furnace was trembling violently. Ah. Chunseong could not help but cry out in pain. He did not expect that the energy would actually affect his divine soul, causing his head to feel intense pain. Luckily, it only lasted for a short period of time, or else he would not be able to control himself. It's fine now. Chunseong looked at the inside of the chuangs. H, I plus G, O, D furnace, which had turned into many little floating S of golden mud, floating inside the pill furnace, occupying a lot of PAC. Although these S of mud collided with each other, they did not fuse together. This meant that these small clumps of mud were repelling each other. This was mainly because the energy within them was inconsistent and needed to be refined so that they could unify and fuse together. Chunseong was very experienced with this. He immediately released a strong flame and burned it, at the same time channeling his energy into many small clumps of mud, making them all equal in quality. This step required a lot of time, and even after continuing for a few days, Chunseong was only halfway done. However, he was very patient with this process. As long as he succeeded, the quality of this pill would be very high, many times better than the ordinary pills. As for the specific effects, they could only be seen after the refinement process was completed. More than 10 days had said. Chunseong finally managed to fuse all of these small clumps of mud into one. Although it had been fused, the most difficult part was that the chuangs, H, I plus G, O, D furnace already had a crystal ball as big as a watermelon. This is the quality of the Jingshindan. If I were to directly smash it into pieces, I would be able to obtain at least 100 high-grade, heaven-ranked Yaogadan, and it would even be merged with a beast's meat. Chunseong himself was shocked. He felt that the reason it was like this was mainly because it had injected too much of his own strength during the collision. Of course, this was all because he had too many life-killing divine deity, so the life and death D power was already capable of helping him replicate them. When he had charged into the fray, just now, he had injected 30 to 40% of his life and death D power, which was almost half of it. It seems that I have to split this bead into 10 pieces and compress it. Chunseong could not imagine what kind of pill it would be once it was compressed to the size of a peanut. He was also very curious about this. Even though it was very difficult, he had to do it. After a day had said, Chunseong had finally split the large crystal into 10 parts. He used the split refining method inside the heavenly alchemy to split the large ball of crystal into 10 small beads, and then started to compress it with his powerful divine power. The compression process was the most difficult because the crystal was already very solid and was the ultimate form of energy. It could be said that there was no C for compression anymore. It's difficult to suppress it. Chunseong tried for a long time, but unexpectedly there was no progress. The 10 pearls were still as big as ever and did not shrink in any way. What should I do? Chunseong stopped. He realized that even if he ignored them now, the 10 little pearls would not change at all. If he took them out now, it would be 10 very big Jingshindan-s. However, he was unwilling. He really wanted to know what it would be like if he continued to compress them. 6 realms mirrors. Chunseong immediately thought of the heavenly artifact. The 6 realms mirrors had many powerful formations. After he took out the 6 realms mirrors, it became very small, and he put it inside the chuangs. H, I plus G, O, D furnace. When that time comes, as long as I control the flame to concentrate on those crystal beads, I won't burn any more 6 realms mirrors. Chunseong would definitely be very careful. Six Realms mirrors were rare heavenly artifact, and many times they had helped him in critical moments. After he was ready, Chen Xiang started again. He controlled a formation inside the Six Realms mirrors to activate, and this formation released a very strong pressure. If he controlled it correctly, it could crush a mountain into grains. Right now, Chen Xiang was going to turn 10 apple-sized crystal B, ALLS, into peanut-sized pills. It's starting. Chen Xiang controlled the chuangs. HI plus G. D furnace to release a fierce flame, and the crystal ball would become softer under the fierce flames. The Six Realms mirrors activated the formation and released a squeeze of power. Chen Xiang immediately saw that the dozen or so burning red pearls were changing shape and were being pressured down little by little. It's working. Chen Xiang was overjoyed, but he was also a little worried. This was because he had exhausted a lot of his energy, and the main reason was that the Six Realms mirrors was frantically absorbing his energy. It could be seen that the Six Realms mirrors required a lot of energy to maintain the array and release its suppressing power. Otherwise, it would be impossible to suppress the crystal B, ALLs. Right now, Chen Xiang could only endure the battle. He was already in the middle of it, and even if it wasn't for a reason, he couldn't stop midway. Otherwise, the compressed crystal beads would erupt. Once it started to compress a little, the crystal ball would become very unstable and could only continue to compress. Once it let go, the furnace would explode. Since he had already reached this step, Chen Xiang definitely would not give up. No matter how difficult it was, he had to persevere. Right now, Chen Xiang felt that time was pa-s, sing very slowly, as though it was every day of the year. 10 days had pa-s, said. Chen Xiang suddenly let out a long breath and then laid on the ground. He successfully compressed the 10 crystal B, ALLS, to become as small as a normal pill. He didn't go to see how it was. He was already very tired and just wanted to have a good rest. After lying on the ground for most of the time, Chen Xiang finally recovered. After that, he opened up the chuangs. HI plus G. D furnace. But there was no aura being emitted from inside, not even the smell of medicine. What's going on? I clearly succeeded. Chen Xiang thought in his heart and anxiously took out the 10 completed pills. What is this? Chen Xiang looked at the 10 transparent little pellets in his hand, inside which a bunch of golden flames were pulsating. C-2383. C-2383. Chen Xiang took a closer look and discovered that other than the things that looked like golden flames inside the pellets, there was a small dot in the middle of the pellets. This small dot was emitting energy, maintaining the flames burning. This. Chen Xiang took a deep breath in shock. This divine deity. No, it should be called Dan. The fact that the pellet could actually condense his own divine deity had already exceeded his imagination. As expected, there is no limit to the quality. Chen Xiang confirmed his method once again. These pills not only have divine deity, they also have their own divine soul. I wonder what will happen if I eat them. Chen Xiang was secretly excited. He then swallowed a pill and started to refine. The pill entered his body, and he only needed to slightly circulate his cultivation technique. The medicinal strength was quickly refined and assimilated into his body, entering his second deep sea. Inside Chen Xiang's second divine sense sea, the azure dragon had already gathered all of its bones. Next, he guided the medicinal power to the ground-suppressing immortal elephant S, and just as he entered the ground-suppressing immortal elephant S, he began to condense his bones. Very fast! Chen Xiang was wild with joy. A single pill could allow me to condense 2 bones. This is too unbelievable. After he completely condensed the azure dragon's bones, it would be even harder for him to condense bones. But now he had condensed 2 of them in an instant. Not much time has passed. Said, not only has my bones condensed a lot faster, it's also much easier to refine and easier to absorb. Chen Xiang felt that as long as he refined a few more batches, he would be able to cultivate Tao body very quickly. After that, he ate all the remaining pills. Each pellet allowed him to condense 2 bones. In less than 2 days, with the help of this kind of Yaogadan with divine deity, he allowed the ground-suppressing immortal elephant and the heavenly Qilin to condense 10 bones each. It won't take long. I'll continue refining. Chen Xiang took out another set of medicinal herbs. Just one set of these herbs, along with beast blood and beast meat, had such an effect after going through a variety of refining methods. If other alchemists were to know about this, they would definitely be shocked. Chen Xiang had been in closed-door cultivation for 2 months, and in total he had managed to refine 3 batches of heaven pellets with the right to do so. Why hasn't there been any change? Chen Xiang did not feel that he had a Tao body. If he were to raise his Tao body to a large realm, he would definitely feel an obvious change. Could it be? Chen Xiang thought about it carefully and said with a frown, "Could it be that my second divine sense, C, needs another 100 G? Oh, DS level." According to what he felt, the second divine sense, C, no longer needed divine deity. The Yaogadan can condense divine deity too. Give it a try. Chen Xiang still had 5 pills. He ate 1 and channeled his alive slain method to condense his divine deity in the second divine sense C. Not long after, he managed to condense several divine deity in the second divine sense C. It's fast. How much divine deity can a pellet condense? Chen Xiang was extremely shocked. Previously, when this pellet condensed 2 bones S, he was shocked, but now the condensing of divine deity S was like laying eggs, continuous and unending. 30 divine deity. Chen Xiang's heart trembled. The value of this was too heaven-defying. He discovered that one of the beast statue could hold 20 divine deity, and the green dragon was quickly filled up by him. So, my second divine sense, C, can condense 160 divine deity S. Chen Xiang was very excited. This meant that when he stepped into the Tao Ti realm, he would become a lot stronger and be able to possess a very powerful Tao body. After that, he consumed the remaining 4 pellets and spent 3 days to condense 120 divine deity. We still lack 10 divine deity S. Chen Xiang still had a few Yaogadan in his possession, all of which he had refined using ordinary methods before. After eating them all, he continued to cultivate. Only he could consume so many powerful pills to cultivate quickly. Not long after, his divine deity at the second divine sense, C, were completely full. Right now, he had not stepped into the Tao body because his divine soul was not enough. Regardless of whether it was divine deity or not, both required one to either integrate divine soul inside or cultivate it themselves. This required a total of more than 200 sets of divine soul. But Chen Xiang did not feel it was difficult because he had the lightning dragon eagle's corpse in his hands. These lightning dragon eagle all had 2 divine sensias. If he was careful, he could obtain a lot of divine soul from their bodies. He felt that the divine soul in these few lightning dragon eagles were sufficient for him to use. A few days later, Chen Xiang's body started to SHI+NE with a white light. He could feel his body being immersed in a warm and comfortable water, and the warm energy that was flowing within his body made him feel extremely comfortable. Have I stepped into the Tao Ti realm? Chen Xiang thought, at this moment, not only did he feel a change in his body, even the 6-beast elephant in the second divine sense C seemed to have life. My first divine sense C has already become a real world. How magical! Chen Xiang could clearly feel that the divine sense C world in the first divine sense C was no longer his illusion, but actually existed in a world that contained its own laws. I can change the time inside. Chen Xiang increased the speed of the time so that the plants inside could grow quickly. It was just that it required a lot of energy. I can use my control of the laws of the real world to comprehend natural law principles. Chen Xiang was shocked in his heart because just now, when he controlled the real world, he had already felt the subtle changes in time. Chunxiang opened his eyes and thought, I understand. The so-called Dao-Ti realm is to cultivate a real world where one can experience the workings of the heavenly Tao for themselves and experience the power of natural law principles from it. I can even create a natural law principles, but right now, I have already created a natural law world. My body is just a container for a natural law world. When he thought about this level, Chunxiang was immediately shocked. He felt that it was very likely that he was in someone's real world, and the only thing he did not realize was that this person had cultivated an extremely huge natural law divine realm that had been operating for many years. Normally, this person would not even be in charge of it. Are we really in the real world of a living being? Chunxiang looked at his own real world. He believed that as long as he had time, he would be able to make his real world stronger. There would also be many creatures born inside that would form a system that would operate. Of course, this would take a very long time. If it were in the past, he might not care about the world that he had created. All of this was only his guess, but it also became a direction of exploration. He felt that if it was truly as he thought, he wanted to meet the master of this world, and that was the true heavenly Tao. Upon entering the Dao-Ti realm, the most obvious increase was in strength. After all, his bones and strength had both increased by almost 200, so the increase in strength was definitely extremely huge. See 2384. See 2380 for the 120 divine deity that Chunxiang had cultivated in the second divine sense. See, had all been for the sake of helping him condense even stronger purple pearls that could help him quickly duplicate medicinal ingredients. Furthermore, when using the crash method, the best and most effective life and death divine power condensed by the life-killing divine deity would allow him to refine a heaven pellet that had the right to do so. With just a few medicinal ingredients, I was able to increase my cultivation by such a huge amount. The heavenly alchemy is indeed frightening. Who exactly was the one who created this heavenly alchemy? This was a question that had been in Chunxiang's heart for many years. After taking a bath, Chunxiang walked out of the secret room. Yu Yan and LV Ying were drinking wine, and were both surprised to see Chunxiang walk in. You've cultivated Tao body. Yu Yan asked anxiously. You managed to cultivate to Tao body in less than 3 months? How did you do it? Furthermore, you are on the verge of a breakthrough. I am an alchemist, you understand. Chunxiang laughed and picked up the wine that LV Ying poured for him and drank it all in one gulp. Before he formed his Tao body, he could get drunk from drinking this wine, but now he felt like he was drinking water. Good boy, amazing. Yu Yan immediately poured wine for him, and then the three of them filled the bowl with wine. You're not in a hurry to attend the heavenly law auction. Yu Yan asked again. No, I don't plan on going. This will bring trouble to my little maid. Chunxiang laughed. Has she been here before? Of course I have. Come on time. It's just that I didn't see you, you brat. This demoness was previously made of steel, and no one could bite her. But who would have thought that you would make her obedient? Yu Yan laughed wickedly. She told me to tell you, if you came out, you should go partic. 1. P. 8 in the heavenly law auction. She should have dealt with all of those troubles. Really? Chunxiang had already given up on that idea. Of course it's true. Furthermore, she was even invited to go by the Fire Reverent School's leader. You are very famous now. I wonder how many people come to this shop to find you every day. Yu Yan laughed and patted LV Ying's back. Boss Lu, your shop's business is so good now. It's all thanks to younger brother Shin. How are you going to thank him now? LV Ying smiled as he poured wine for Chunxiang. I will thank you so much, little brother. Chunxiang laughed. That's unnecessary. You just have to take care of the food and shelter. And from time to time, let big brother you drink some wine. Just as the three of them were happily drinking, someone suddenly walked in. It was the shopkeeper. Boss, another person has come to cause trouble. This time, the person who has come is not someone to be trifled with. We can't just chase him away like we did in the past. The shopkeeper said with a worried expression, "What are you doing here?" Chun Xiang asked anxiously. He guessed that it must be related to him. And from the shopkeeper's words, it must have been something like that. LVing sighed. Even they came to challenge you, because you took Chu Hongqing as your female slave, mercilessly defeated Niu Hao, and closed the door on him. You could be said to have become famous in the Fire Tao Divine Place in one fight. A lot of people who want to be famous are trying to beat you. They think that as long as they can beat you, they will be able to get such a reputation just like you. Right now, I only know how to refine Yaogadan. Compared to them, I can't even concoct other pills. Chun Xiang shook his head and laughed. Of course, I can compete with the Yaogadan S on the heaven stage. Younger brother Shin, do you know how to refine heaven stage Yaogadan? Yu Yan was suddenly so shocked that he almost choked on his wine. LVing was also very surprised and could not believe it. What is it? Is that strange? Chun Xiang didn't really think so. Of course it's strange. This C.R.A. PPY shop of Boss Lu's only had heaven stage pellets at its highest. That king's pellet he kept here was a treasure used to hold shop. Yu Yan said, Little brother, are you serious? Refining a heaven-ranked Yaogadan would take a lot of time, so I would need 10 days. LVing said, 10 days? It's a little slow. Chun Xiang laughed. If I refine it, adding the beast meat and beast blood, it'll be done in a day. Right now, it should be more than 1 day. The corner of LVing's mouth twitched. He did not dare to not believe what Chun Xiang had said, so he asked, Not just for a day, but for how long? Adding beast blood, beast meat would definitely increase the difficulty by a lot, and it wasn't just something he could refine in a day. He could only use the word monster to describe Chun Xiang. I'm not sure either. We have to give it a try to know. Chun Xiang had refined a few batches of heavenly pellets before, so his skill at refining heaven stage had increased by a lot. Furthermore, he had already stepped into the Dao Ti realm. Although he was only at the first stage of the Dao Ti realm, it was still a huge improvement compared to previous stages. Go, aren't there B.A.S.T.A.R.D.S. that want to cause trouble? Kill him. Yu Yan said, I'll go and give it a try now. Yu Yan pulled Chun Xiang. You don't need to refine those on the heaven stage, and those in the middle will suffice. You don't need to add the beast blood, beast meat to challenge those ignorant brats who don't know their place. They can only refine those on the heaven stage if they push themselves to their deaths. LVing nodded. Let's try it out. All right. Chun Xiang smiled, then shared a bowl with them before walking downstairs. The luxurious lobby on the first floor was already filled with people. The commotion caused by the people was not small, and with a single glance, one could tell that they had some sort of background. Hongqing. Chun Xiang saw that Chu Hongqing was also there, and there were a few other handsome men beside her. Chu Hongqing had also just arrived, when a few men came up to chat with her, but when she saw Chun Xiang, she anxiously went over, and although she was surprised, she did not come out. You haven't seen me for so long, do you miss me? Chun Xiang giggled as she pinched Chu Hongqing's beautiful face, causing everyone to curse him in their hearts. He actually treated such a beauty so rudely. Humph! Chu Hongqing pouted coquettishly, then walked behind Chun Xiang. You're just Chun Xiang. A blue-clothed man walked up. Behind him were 2 attendants and a few beautiful maidservants. Nonsense! Chu Hongqing scoffed. Chun Xiang sized him up. Then he turned out to be a little handsome, looking somewhat arrogant, but with no special characteristics. Lan Taotian from Lan Clan. LVing said, That's the guy. Yu Yan said, After staying in the Fire Reverence School for a while, I have learned quite a good pill refining skill, and then went back. I should be able to conveniently come to Partik. 1. P. 8 in this heavenly mystery to challenge the younger brother Shin. Chen Xiang had also heard that the Tian Dao family had quite a bit of power in this region. They normally wouldn't dare to provoke anyone, so he had to be careful around LVing. At this time, everyone wanted to see if Chen Xiang was really as powerful as the rumors said he was. Because Chen Xiang had accepted Chu Hongqing as a servant, the young masters at the scene were furious. They all hoped that Chen Xiang would lose to him. Not bad. I wonder if young Master Shin will accept my challenge. Lan Taotian smiled at Chen Xiang. It was a smile filled with confidence. I can accept that, but I can only refine Yaogadan, and now I can barely make heaven-ranked ones. So if you want to challenge me, you can only compete with me on this. Chun Xiang said, See 2385. See 2385 those who watched the compet. 1. Taiyan that day knew that Chen Xiang was still not very familiar with refining Yaogadan. Those who heard about it later on knew about it too. So Lan Taotian was very clear about it too. If you want to challenge me, you can only challenge me to refine Yaogadan S. I do not know how to refine other pills. I will definitely lose, Chen Xiang said. Chen Xiang had refined a low-grade heaven-ranked Yaogadan, and he could produce 10 of them in one furnace. Not to mention this Lan Taotian. Even if the strongest old alchemist from the Fire Tao Divine Place S were to be invited, it would still be very difficult for him to win against Chen Xiang. But what about middle-grade heaven step? Everyone was thinking about this matter. The middle-grade heaven stage was much harder to refine than the lower grade. They all felt that it would not be as easy for Chen Xiang to refine middle-grade heaven stage. Lan Taotian could not say anything now. After all, Chen Xiang had already very directly told him that he could not possibly have a compet. 1. Tie in with someone else for a pill that they were not familiar with. All right, let's compete in refining a middle-grade heaven stage Yaogadan. Lan Taotian had also come prepared, so he only considered for a moment before agreeing. Chun Xiang smiled and nodded. Then let's begin. From the looks of it, you seem to be very good at refining Yaogadan too. Chu Hongqing did not say anything. She knew that Chen Xiang's pill refining skills were very high, let alone middle-ranked. Even if it was high-ranked with beast meat and blood, he could still refine 5 pills, and she could not compare to Chen Xiang. I heard that Lan Taotian's middle-tier Yaogadan was also very powerful. Most of the middle-tier Yaogadan that his Lan clan S sold were refined by him. Those who were familiar with this area discussed with the people around them in a low voice. I also know that I bought a Yaogadan refined by Lan Taotian. It was mixed with beast blood and beast meat. Although it was a bit expensive, I felt that it was worth it. A middle-ranked Yaogadan with beast blood meat added on it? This Lan Taotian is not bad. I just wonder how many pills he can refine in a single furnace. 3 pills. If we do not add them, it is possible to get 4 or 5 of them. Although everyone knew that Lan Taotian was more outstanding in refining a middle-tier Yaogadan, they did not dare to underestimate him. After all, Chen Xiang was able to refine 10 low-tier Yaogadan in one furnace, which was quite heaven-defying. The reason why Lan Taotian came to challenge Chen Xiang was also to increase his fame. He felt that it wasn't a big deal even if he lost, because he was already outstanding and had a very high position in the Lan clan. Chen Xiang did not have any mid-grade Yaogadan medicinal ingredients, so he asked LV Ying for a portion of it. Then he took out a pill furnace. Isn't this pill furnace Chu Hongqing's? The pill furnace is the life of the alchemist, and he would normally not casually borrow it. It looks like his relations. H.I. plus P with Chu Hongqing is not just ordinary. So what? The Fire Reverent School was very unsatisfied with this. After Chu Hongqing learnt this brat's consummate pill techniques, he would probably force him and Chu Hongqing to remove the master-servant contract. This is probably why Chu Hongqing became his master-servant contract. Although Chen Xiang heard these words, he did not put it to heart. What kind of thoughts did Chu Hongqing have? Master-servant contract was not a joke. It was equivalent to handing over his heart and life to him. Of course, Chen Xiang still had to be wary of Fire Reverent School. After inspecting each other's pill furnaces and ingredients, Qin Xiang and Lan Taotian began to refine pills. It was just an ordinary refinement, so there wasn't anything difficult for Qin Xiang. He was able to easily refine that kind of pill, let alone an ordinary medial grade Yaogadan. When concocting the pills, Qin Xiang noticed that there was a rather strong strand of consciousness inspecting his pill furnace. After he discovered it, he immediately stopped it. Qin Xiang immediately followed this consciousness and discovered that it was released by a black-clothed man in the back of the crowd. Hongqing, who is that guy from the outer sect? Do you know him? This fellow is not simple. Qin Xiang quickly transmitted to Chu Hongqing and sent the image of the man to her mind. It's him. Chu Hongqing was shocked. I know him. He is from the Fang family, the most powerful family of the Fire Tao Divine Place, the heavenly Tao family. Oh, he was very strong. It almost disturbed me. Qin Xiang said. The Fang family and the Lan clan have a good relations. HI+P. Did he try to disturb you? This guy is definitely trying to collude with Lan clan on purpose. Chu Hongqing scoffed. If he dares to do it again, you can tell me. I'll go and take care of him. His name is Fang Heng, an alchemist at the peak of the Daoyuan realm, a disciple of Supreme Flame. Qin Xiang continued to refine pills. Although the other party wanted to disturb him, he was still a little weak and was discovered. Last time, Qin Xiang used a magic method furnace to refine pills because he did not have a good pill furnace. Now that he had Chu Hongqing's pill furnace and was more familiar with the refining process of a Yaogadan, it was not as difficult as last time. After half an hour had passed, Qin Xiang suddenly opened his pill furnace. Completed? Everyone was startled. They never thought that Qin Xiang had improved so much. Previously, he was still a stranger to Yaogadan, but now he was so familiar with it. Lan Taotian had not finished refining the pill, and the rules were only set to 4 hours. The compet 1. Tian was only about the quant. 1. Tai and quality of the pills being produced. 10 pills. Qin Xiang casually took out 10 Yaogadan S from the furnace, and the entire place suddenly became quiet. 10 low-rank ones, 10 mid-rank ones, and 10 high-rank ones. That would be too heaven-defying. Chu Hongqing was also a little surprised. She thought that she had caught up to only 7 or 8 pills, but she never expected that Qin Xiang could actually maintain his low-rank strength. Only now did she remember that Qin Xiang had refined 5 high-rank Yaogadan with beast blood meat before, and it was not an ordinary process. If it was an ordinary refinement, refining 10 pills wouldn't be a problem. When Lan Taotian saw Qin Xiang being able to refine 10 pills in one go, causing him to be extremely shocked, his mind was not at ease. His pill furnace shook violently, and with a bang, he exploded the furnace. I've lost. Lan Taotian still had time to concoct new pills, but he was very clear that no matter how many batches he concocted, he would not be able to produce more than Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang stood up. Even though everyone was looking at him as if they were looking at a monster, he did not feel anything. You only know how to refine Yaogadan. Fang Heng suddenly spoke out. He took off his bamboo hat and walked over. Lan Taotian immediately came to his side and knew that they were not bad with just a glance, which immediately made Qin Xiang secretly angry. So what? Qin Xiang said coldly, facing such a despicable person. The other party did not look good. Just by looking at his appearance, Fang Heng was someone who would easily give others a good impression. He was handsome and did not carry a haughty look like Lan Taotian, but Qin Xiang knew that this Fang Heng was very sinister. See 2386. See 2386. Fang Heng laughed faintly. Nothing to be able to refine Yaogadan to such an extent in Fire Tao Divine Place. There is no one who can rival you. But so what? You only know how to refine this kind of pill. For you to be able to forge such a pill, you definitely won't focus on the other pills. If you did not have such accomplishments in refining other pellets, you would have definitely suffered a huge blow, and then you would have spent your entire life refining Yaogadan. Because as long as you refine Yaogadan, you would not feel any sense of defeat. Therefore, no matter how well you have refined the Yaogadan, in my eyes, you're not a real alchemist. A real alchemist should be proficient in many different types of pills. Even if you have refined other pills, it would still be extremely outstanding. Qinxiang sneered. You are just like me. What right do you have to assert that I only know how to refine Yaogadan? Why are you so confident that I will only refine Yaogadan in my lifetime? Oh, didn't you only know how to refine Yaogadan? This is yours. Fang Heng also sneered. One look was enough to tell that he was looking for trouble. Chu Hongqing had already wanted to go over to fix Fang Heng, but he was stopped by Qinxiang. That's because I just learned how to refine pills, and I only know how to refine Yaogadan. I have yet to try out any other pills. Qinxiang answered honestly, so you and I will only refine Yaogadan S for your imagination. Lan Taotian suddenly sneered. What big words! Don't you know who the person in front of you is? He is definitely qualified to say those words. He is a disciple of the Fire Reverence School leader. So that's how it is. I finally understand. As long as you become a leader, you can be a hero. If that's the case, then it would be my honor for a disciple of the Fire Reverence School to come all the way here to fight Hu Ba. Qinxiang also mocked him. Who do you think you are to dare insult Fire Reverence School like that? Lan Taotian was immediately enraged. Thinking back to how he had lost just now, his own heart was filled with anger. I don't have anything. I'm human. Do you think everyone has something in their eyes? And you think everyone else is the same just because you think you have something of your own? Qinxiang laughed. Shenxiang, if you want to prove yourself, then compete with me in another batch of pills. Since you have just started learning pill refining, you just need to compete with those below heaven stage. Fang Heng said. Everyone present immediately understood that Fang Heng's previous words had already incited him to compete with him in refining other pills. Only by doing so could they win. You're giving me the pill formula. Qinxiang asked. If you give it to me, I'll agree to compete with you. All right, I'll agree to the medicinal formula and ingredients. A pleased look flashed across Fang Heng's eyes. He had been waiting for Qinxiang's words. Seeing that Qinxiang had been provoked, Chu Hongqing and the others secretly blamed him for being too reckless. Chu Hongqing even lightly pinched Qinxiang. Before the compet, 1. Tian, we should at least make a bet. Only then will there be any meaning. Fang Heng said, All right, what do you want to bet? Qinxiang asked. He was not afraid of the other party. If you lose, give me your control over Chu Hongqing. Fang Heng said. That meant Qinxiang had lost, and Chu Hongqing was Fang Heng's female slave. Then please go back. Although Hongqing is my servant, she is not a wager in my eyes. I will definitely not use her as a wager. Qinxiang's expression changed, and everyone could see that he was extremely resolute, causing Chu Hongqing to be secretly moved in his heart. Seeing how determined Qinxiang was, Fang Heng became even more furious in his heart, because now everyone could tell that Qinxiang was very concerned about Chu Hongqing's body and heart were both on the same level as Qinxiang. The lofty hierarch flame had been taken over by such a stinky kid. Everyone present felt uncomfortable just thinking about it. All right, then how about we bet $1 million on the jade money? No matter what, Fang Heng would definitely compete with Qinxiang today, and would even defeat him, causing him great losses. Only $1 million? You still have the nerve to say that young master of the Fang family and a disciple of Supreme Flame's leader, would you bet so little? Qinxiang sneered. The crowd immediately went into an uproar. $1 million jade money, no ordinary person would be able to afford that. Even the owner, Lving, wouldn't be able to afford that. To many people, $1 million jade money was considered very big. 10 million. Fang Heng clenched his teeth. Previously, he was still rather arrogant, but now he had actually been flipped over by Qin Xiang. 50 million, Qin Xiang shouted indifferently. If you don't want it, then go back. Qin Xiang could have rejected Fang Heng earlier because he was betting on Chu Hongqing, and Fang Heng was even taking the initiative to challenge Qin Xiang. If Fang Heng rejected the jade money who were gambling on him now, then he would be terrified. As the challenger, if he left with his tail between his legs, he would definitely be laughed at. 1 million was Fang Heng's limit. He was confident that he would not lose. But 50 million now was giving him a lot of pressure. Don't speak nonsense. Do you have 50 million on you? Fang Heng said coldly. No, but do you have 10 million? How could Qin Xiang not know about the situation of the jade money? I don't, but my Fang family's reputation is right here. What do you have? Fang Heng sneered. I have refined 10 Yaogadan. I believe that I can also refine them to this degree. Qin Xiang said, Boss Lu, if I can produce 10 pellets in one furnace and refine 10 batches in a day, how many jade money can I earn in one day? 5,000 jade money as a portion of the Yaogadan's medicinal ingredients. If a Yaogadan goes one on top, then it would be 10,000 jade money going one pellet, and a furnace would have 10,000 jade money going 10,000, while 10 stoves would have 100,000 and a million. Excluding 10 sets of medicinal ingredients for 50,000 jade money, you can earn 950,000 jade money for a day. Elving said. When everyone heard that, they could not help but jump in fright. One day it was close to 1 million jade money. In 1 month it would be 30 million. After all, were rather popular and had a lot of medicinal ingredients. If Qin Xiang really wanted to refine them this way, it would be a blessing for many cultivators. If I lose, I could pay back 50 million jade money at most in half a year. Qin Xiang said, 50 million jade money, do you dare to bet? Fang Heng did not answer immediately. After all, this was a huge amount of money, and if he lost, and the Fang family did not give him the money, it would definitely cause him to lose his reputation, and he would be blamed. Can you really refine 10 batches of Yaogadan in one day? Suddenly, someone walked in. Upon hearing the voice, the anxious Fang Heng was overjoyed because his father had come. Father! Fang Heng immediately walked over. He did not know what to do earlier. That's right. He only refined normal Yaogadan. He did not need to add beast blood and meat, so he felt that it would definitely not be a problem. See 2387. See 2387, when Qin Xiang saw the middle-aged man come over. It was like seeing a jade money. This middle-aged man would definitely gamble in order to support his son. His Fang family's second clan head, Fang Daiqi, is quite strong. The Fire Reverence School leader has often praised him. Chu Hongqing whispered to Qin Xiang, Let's see how I'll trick him to death. Qin Xiang laughed. Fang Daiqi thought for a while and said, But I don't believe that you can refine 10 batches a day. However, I believe that you can refine 10 batches of Yaogadan in one day. The price of Yaogadan are not bad. If you lose, you can pay back the gambling debts within a year. Then you're willing to bet. Qin Xiang smiled lightly. 50 millions is between Fang Heng and I. How about we bet 100 million? Only then can we face senior status. Of course, I wonder if senior represents the Fang family? Fang Daiqi also knew the rules. His son would give him the pill formulas and ingredients, and then compete with Qin Xiang in refining a batch of heaven-tier lower pellets. With regards to Qin Xiang, who suffered a bit because he had never concocted that kind of pill before, although he was able to concoct 10 Yaogadan as soon as he came into contact with them, Fang Daiqi had also heard that Qin Xiang had taken out a lot of Yaogadan medicinal ingredients at that time, so he felt that Qin Xiang had a certain understanding towards Yaogadan. After careful consideration, Fang Daiqi made a decision and said, If you lose, you have to go to our Fang family to refine Yaogadan, enough to pay off your gambling debts. Only an ancient clan like the Fang family could afford to gamble like that. But Chun Xiang was even more admirable because he, too, could afford it. He concocted pills quickly and got a lot of pills. Right now, everyone suddenly felt that it was very worthwhile for Chu Hongqing to be Chun Xiang's servant. Chu Hongqing did not have any objections. She felt that even if Chun Xiang loses, he would only be able to concoct pills for a short period of time. At that time, she would also help refine it, and it wouldn't be for long. Younger brother Shin, that's 100 million. Yu Yan was also shocked. Although he came from a tribe deep in the mountains, he knew that this was not a small amount. Nothing, I can afford it. Qin Xiang smiled faintly. He walked to the front and asked, "All right, refine the heaven stage pill. Give me the pill formula and ingredients." Fang Heng took out a jade tablet and gave it to Qin Xiang, saying, "This recipe." He then took out a jade box and placed 3 sets of medicinal ingredients inside. Qiyu and Dan? Qin Xiang frowned. When everyone heard this, they cried out in alarm. Elving said in a serious tone, "This is a miraculous pill and is extremely difficult to refine. Furthermore, it can only be concocted with Daoyuan immortal power, and even if one has Daoyuan immortal power, it is very difficult to successfully refine it, because this pill requires the Fang family's unique divine power. Fang family, don't you think this is too despicable?" Chu Hongqing was furious. "You clearly can only concoct such a pill in your Fang family, and yet you take it out? You don't have a big family background." Everyone knew that the Fang family had such a miraculous pill, but they never thought that they would actually be willing to give it to Qin Xiang. But it didn't matter as long as he thought about it. After all, no one else would be able to refine it, and he would be able to obtain 100 million jade money. The father and son duo of Fang Daiqi was so lucky they probably wouldn't even need to compete to win. UBASTAR, D of a father and son. You've put on a good show. You all did it on purpose before. Yu Yan shouted in anger. When they thought about it, they could understand why. Previously, Fang Heng pretended to act that way in order to lure Qin Xiang into a trap. Huh. Fang Heng laughed out loud. I remember that previously he had only been below heaven stage. Our Qiyu and Dan was also below heaven stage, and it was very precious. After eating the Daoyuan realm, it could increase the power of Dao origin. Although the difficulty is great, but it's sold for a high price, it is worth it for him to buy it for 100 million. It is definitely not a loss. Qin Xiang was very calm and asked, "So if I win, I can sell this kind of pill? Won't your Fang family interfere? This is our gift to you. If you really can refine it, we will not interfere." What? You want to try it? Fang Heng laughed coldly. "It's all right. Without our Fang family's special mystical powers, you won't be able to refine it." "No, you. Even my master cannot succeed. You can't not ask Chu Hongqing." "It's true." Chu Hongqing understood this the best. Even the few she was familiar with did not succeed. Rules. Chan Xiang did not care about this. He just wanted to give it a try. "I will only give you 3 sets of medicinal herbs within the 6 hours limit. If you fail, it will be considered your loss. As for me, I can only use 3 sets of ingredients at most. Victory and defeat will determine the quant. 1. Tie and quality of the pills." Fang Heng said he had already thought that Qin Xiang would definitely lose, so Qin Xiang could only struggle out of nowhere. Even Chu Hongqing and the others did not think highly of Qin Xiang, because they had been in the Fire Tao Divine place for so many years, so they understood this very well. All right, Qin Xiang was extremely confident. Everyone thought that he was that confident because he did not know much about Qiyu and Dan. You'll know in a moment. Fang Heng laughed and took out a black pill furnace. Qin Xiang still used Chu Hongqing's pill furnace. After inspecting the other party's ingredients and pill furnaces, the compet. 1. Tie-in immediately began. Qin Xiang was not too worried about that strange G-O-D power because he only cultivated 6 G-O-D power and it contained all the power of the heavenly Tao. There are 10 stages to the Tao Ti realm. Refining this kind of pill requires Daoyuan immortal power. I don't have it right now. This point that Chen Xiang was more worried about, he had already seen the pill formula before. It was clear to him that it required Daoyuan immortal power to be injected during the process of condensing the pill. That was the most crucial point. Hongqing, what's the condition of the Daoyuan immortal power? Chen Xiang whispered to Chu Hongqing. When one's Dao body reaches the peak of its power, their powers will be channeled into a powerful Dao body, which is a type of power that can only be activated by powerful Dao body. Normally, one would only be able to attempt it once they have reached the 10th stage of the Dao Ti realm, and once they succeed, they will be able to enter the Dao Yuan realm. Chu Hongqing said, so the lightning dragon eagle's flesh also contains this kind of Daoyuan immortal power? Chen Xiang asked. That's right, the lightning dragon eagle are all savage beasts from the Dao Yuan realm. Chu Hongqing replied. Chen Xiang heaved a sigh of relief, because this was a huge problem for him. But now he felt that it was nothing. Young Master Fong, I'm not at the Dao Yuan realm yet. Can I add some other materials into the mix? Chen Xiang asked. Do you want to add the meat of a savage beast? Of course you can, but you won't succeed. Fong Heng said, you just need to refine the Qiyuan Dan yourself. Adding anything else is fine. C. 2388. C. 2388. When Fong Heng heard that Chen Xiang wanted to add something, he knew what Chen Xiang was thinking. The reason why he usually added meat from a savage beast into his pill was to allow the pill to produce this kind of Daoyuan immortal power. Since he could join, Chen Xiang had nothing to worry about right now. He believed that he would definitely succeed. Let's begin. Fong Daichi said. Everyone present thought that Chen Xiang would not succeed, especially the Fong family's father and son, because they understood the Qiyuan Dan very well. Now that LV Ying and Chu Hongqing were so confident, they could only hope that Chen Xiang really had a way to concoct the pill. Qiyuan Dan were also very expensive, because in the entire Fire Tao Divine place, only the Fong family could refine such a pill. Furthermore, the usage of the pill was not small, and to cultivators in the Dao Yuan realm, the use of the pill was extremely important. If enough jade money could buy such a pill, it would only be a matter of time before they surpass the Dao Yuan realm. From the very beginning, Fong Heng's speed was extremely fast. After handling the medicinal herbs and releasing the flames, he completed it in a single breath in a few blinks of an eye. Fong Heng's level was originally very high. After all, he was a disciple of the Fire Reverence School leader and a young master of the Fong family. It would be strange if he did not have such a level of skill. Chen Xiang was the same as usual. When refining this kind of strange pill, he would observe his opponent first. This way, he could have a direction to go. Qiyuan Dan did not require much medicinal ingredients, but the conditions to refine it were extremely harsh. This medicinal formula was created by the Fong family's ancestors, so only members of the Fong family could refine it. Chen Xiang carefully observed Fong Heng's pill furnace and used the Dao Heart eye to look at it. Chen Xiang stared at his pill furnace without blinking, making him feel uncomfortable, as if he had been spied on. After observing for a while, Chen Xiang realized that Fong Heng had released an extremely strong flame from the very beginning, which then gradually weakened. The time it takes to refine this kind of pill should be very short. Chen Xiang was also prepared to start concocting. He looked at the herbs in the jade box. There were 3 of them in each: a black bean, a white flower, and finally a golden fruit. He did not know what kind of ingredients those were, but he would send a sound transmission to Chu Hongqing. Did not know either, so it could be seen that the Fong family was extremely well prepared in this area. If the concoction is successful, the Fong clan will definitely take back the remaining medicinal materials. Chen Xiang thought that if he were to succeed after only using 1 portion of the ingredients, there would be 2 more left. In order to prevent him from bringing them back for planting, the Fong family would definitely take them all back. Therefore, the first thing he would do next was to secretly hide a copy. Finally, Everyone saw Qinxiang start to concoct pills. Just like how Fang Heng did, he tidied up the ingredients and then placed them into the pill furnace. At this time, Qinxiang had also secretly circulated his power, transferring the medicinal ingredients that had been put into the furnace into the ring, and then condensed a ball of violent fire into the furnace. He purposely waited for a moment before he detonated the ball of fire. Boom! Oh. The furnace released AM, U, F, fled sound, causing Qinxiang to purposely sigh. The furnace exploded. This was the reaction of everyone, but everyone felt that it was normal, since even fire reverent school leader would not be able to succeed, let alone a boy that had not cultivated for long. Seeing Qinxiang's explosion, Fang Heng and his father looked at each other and laughed. They had already expected this to happen. Qinxiang had purposely made it for the sake of transferring the medicinal ingredients to him for him to copy later on. Now he was truly going to start concocting the pills. He still had 2 more medicinal herbs. If he didn't succeed, he would lose 100 million. Qinxiang placed the second batch of ingredients into the furnace and released the flame. He then started to refine the ingredients extremely carefully. When he was refining medicinal ingredients that he had never refined before, he usually needed the shortest amount of time to understand the special characteristics of these medicinal ingredients and use a very gentle flame. Otherwise, if the medicinal ingredients were too violent in the beginning and too fragile, they would be burnt. Qinxiang had conducted many such times before, so he had a lot of experience, and he did not plan to succeed this round, because he wanted to understand the characteristics of the 3 medicinal ingredients thoroughly before he could proceed to the final stage of core formation. These ingredients are all relatively soft. Too strong of a flame can be instantly burnt to ashes. Looks like it's the same as the bone-level fruit. It needs to be refined with water and fire. Qinxiang had comprehended many different methods from the heavenly alchemy. He could use different methods to refine the ingredients according to their condition. After a short period of purification, he was able to immediately determine the characteristics of the 3 medicinal ingredients in the furnace. Then he used the 6 realms power to condense a liquid and pour it into the furnace, soaking the 3 medicinal ingredients. I wonder if the 6 realms power can replace the Fang family's mysterious powers. Qinxiang didn't dare to be sure now, so he could only try it out. These medicinal ingredients were all low-grade, heaven-ranked medicine, so they were relatively easy to refine. In just an hour's time, Qinxiang had completely refined all of them. Inside the pill furnace, the 3 spheres of black and white gold were submerged in the water. These were 3 medicinal liquids. Qinxiang used his divine power to gather the 3 liquids together, but he was unable to succeed. When the 3 medicinal liquids merged together, they all had a very peculiar reaction. It was just that they overlapped together, but they were incompatible. If one withdrew their divine force, the overlapping medicinal liquids would once again run out and form the 3 original lumps. I should first put it into the savage beast meat. Qinxiang tried a few times, but all was the same. He then threw in a large amount of beast meat. Seeing that Qinxiang had added something and had a serious expression, Fang Heng was secretly pleased. At this time, he could guess the problem Qinxiang was facing, because other than the Fang family, the problems he had in The Alchemist were all the same. Adding flesh and blood is useless. I heard that fire reverent school leader tried to join hundreds of different kinds of flesh and blood, but failed. Many of his old alchemists have tried hundreds of times, but none of them succeeded. And now he has 2 more chances. In order to prove the uniqueness of the Qiyuan Dan, the Fang family distributed medicine everywhere and even organized a large assembly for the alchemists to refine. That's right, the Qiyuan Dan has also become famous because of this. Qinxiang also learned from the discussions of the crowd how the Qiyuan Dan became famous. At this point in time, he had already refined the savage beast's flesh and split it into 3 equal groups, merging them into the 3 medicinal liquids. The process of fusing them was extremely smooth. After completely fusing them, Chen Xiang once again tried to fuse the 3 clumps of medicinal liquid. However, they still did not succeed. The 3 medicinal liquids could converge but not fuse together, and once they retracted their powers, they would immediately separate. When they squeezed the 3 medicinal liquids together, it would also be very easy, and they would not need any divine powers. Chen Xiang finally understood that in order to fuse the 3 medicinal liquids together, he would have to use the Fang family's unique divine power. What kind of divine power is this? Chen Xiang used the Tao Heart Eye to look at Fang Heng's furnace. He used water and fire refinement to refine all the medicinal ingredients extremely quickly. Although he had observed for a while, in the end he still caught up to Fang Heng. At this time, Fang Heng had also made progress. Using the Tao Heart Eye, he could see that there were 3 batches of medicinal liquid slowly gathering in Fang Heng's pill furnace. Is that the mysterious G.O.D. ability? Chen Xiang looked carefully and noticed that it was a light red light. And in order to look more carefully, he even stealthily released a bit of his divine soul and used the power of S.P.A.C. to infiltrate it. His wisp of divine soul was extremely weak and would not disturb Fang Heng from concocting pills, but it would let him understand the situation inside the opposing party's furnace more clearly. This is... Chen Xiang was ecstatic. He suddenly understood why the 3 clumps of medicinal liquid required the so-called mysterious G.O.D. power to gather together. The strange divine power that Fang Heng was using was the counter power that he was very familiar with. For some reason, the 3 medicinal liquids were mutually exclusive. No matter what, they could not be fused. However, if they were to use counter power, they would initially reject each other, and they would then become attracted to each other. Haha, I understand. Chen Xiang was ecstatic. He did not think that it would be so easy to overcome this difficulty. It did not even require a bit of effort. Although he was happy, he still had doubts in his heart. Why does the Fang family know about this counter power? He urged the counter power in his body to enter the 3 lumps of medicinal liquid. As expected, the 3 lumps of medicinal liquid did not need him to condense them. They all sucked on each other, gathering together with confidence. The moment it gathered, Chen Xiang felt a very violent power. At the same time, it also erupted with a strong white light, causing the pill furnace to shake violently. Boo! Oh. Chen Xiang did not expect such a sudden change. Before he even had the chance to control it, the ball of liquid medicine that had just merged burst open. The furnace exploded again. No one was surprised at all. Fang Heng even revealed a smile, although he had seen too much of this kind of thing. But seeing that Chen Xiang had gone crazy with happiness, he was extremely happy in his heart. Chu Hongqing could only sigh. Now that Chen Xiang only had one chance, if he failed again, in the period of time that he had left, he would have to help the Fang family refine Yaogadan. It had only been an hour, and under normal circumstances, it would take at least 2 hours for a Fang family disciple to refine a cauldron of Qiyuandan. Everyone felt that Chen Xiang would lose in less than 2 hours. Chen Xiang was thinking about why the furnace had exploded just now, and the replayed sequence of events continuously replayed in his mind. He slowed down the process and carefully analyzed it in order to find out the reason. The time limit was 6 hours, which was still more than enough for Chen Xiang. Unknowingly, Chen Xiang had already pondered for more than an hour. At this time, Fang Heng also opened his pill furnace and took out 2 Qiyuandan. Their quality was top-notch. All of the alchemists present were full of envy. They all knew that the value of this Qiyuandan was much higher than that Yaogadan. Chen Xiang also looked at Fang Heng's Qiyuandan. It was white. He felt that he was about to succeed too. He could already gather all of them, but he did not know what went wrong. Chen Xiang only had a portion of medicinal ingredients left, and seeing that he was still thinking, everyone started to urge him. Hurry up and start, or you can just admit defeat and dilly-dally. A pointless struggle. Can't do it. It's normal that you can't do it. No one will laugh at you. It's not a bad thing for young people to fall down a lot. Chen Xiang suddenly said, I can refine 10 Yaogadan in one furnace, but Fire Reverent School leader cannot. So what he can't do, it's not necessarily something I can't do either. Qin Xiang's words made him speechless. He was right, because it was not luck, but strength that allowed him to concoct 10 Yaogadan in one go. He definitely had a very unique pill refining technique, which was why he was able to reach such shocking levels. Yu Yan said, Fang Heng being able to refine Qiyuandan is not that amazing. Even the Fang family knows how to refine. They can't possibly just say that he has good pill refining skills, right? Even the Fire Reverent School leader could not refine Qiyuandan. Could it be that Fang Heng was stronger than the Fire Reverent School leader? Fang Heng only did so because he possessed the special power of the Fang family. But my younger brother Xin is different because he succeeded under very fair conditions, not like Fang Heng, who relied on his own special kind of D power, and he has also refined Qiyuandan for many years. Now that he has refined two, he's full of pride. I really can't see what's so special about him. His ability is just that. Fang Heng was so angry that his face was flushed red. He was, after all, a small celebrity, yet he was belittled in front of so many people. Furthermore, he did not know how to refute, as it was equivalent to slapping his face. What is it? Are you unconvinced? Even if younger brother Xin loses, it's just because he was tricked by you and your father. Although you guys won, other than obtaining the 100 million jade money, are you guys trying to touch your own conscience and ask yourself, did you win in terms of glory? Right? You all should have no conscience, right? Many people immediately cheered for Yu Yan's words. After all, the Fang family's father and son were intentionally scammed by Qin Xiang, and at this moment, even the Fang family's father and son did not say anything. If my younger brother Xin knew how to use your strange Dao powers, this Qiyuandan would definitely be able to refine 4 pills. Yu Yan said again he was cheering for Qin Xiang, but at the same time it was because he was feeling displeased when he saw how pleased Fang Heng was with himself. Qin Xiang suddenly laughed. No, I think I can at least refine 5 pills. Fang Heng snorted. Then you must at least refine 1. Our Fang family's ancestors can only refine 3 pills at most, and not a single one of them can be refined by the Fang family. What is it? Shall we add some stakes now? Qin Xiang laughed. If he was a person who was familiar with Qin Xiang, he would have rejected him immediately. All those years ago, Qin Xiang had tricked many people. It was just that no one here knew that Qin Xiang had once used such underhanded methods on the dead, and that this was one of his most common moves. Do you really think you can refine it? You failed twice. Before Fang Heng could finish, Qin Xiang interrupted him and said, With the 200 million jade money, do you dare? Fang Heng looked at Fang Daiqi, and this was decided by his father, who also hesitated for a moment before saying, All right, let's go. I want to see how you refine 5 Qiyuandan. If you can really refine it, then I will spend money to broaden my horizons. Chapter 2390. Creation of Myth. Qin Xiang smiled faintly. With so many people watching here, I'm not afraid that you will go back on your words. Right now, Qin Xiang was full of confidence. He had already found 2 mistakes. The first one was that he had used too many counterpower. Everyone took a deep breath. They could not see what Qin Xiang was doing, and actually raised the stakes, no matter how they looked at it. It did not seem like he had the upper hand. At the same time that Chu Hongqing was shocked, she was also thinking. She knew that Qin Xiang would never do something so foolish. It was just like how she lost to Qin Xiang previously. At that time, Qin Xiang looked like a fool to many people, but later on, Qin Xiang used his own strength to prove that they were the fools. Previously, when he observed Fang Heng refining the pellets, Fang Heng's counterpower was extremely dim, which meant that he did not use it much. However, he had used up a lot of it himself. He continued to pour the medicinal essences into the 3 clumps, causing them to create a strong suction force during the instant of fusion. It was as if the 3 clumps of medicinal essences were class H-I plussing against each other. The second point was that the timing of placing the savage beast meat inside was wrong. According to the pill formula, only when a savage beast meat was condensed can it be placed inside. Of course, the recipe required Dao Yuan immortal power when concocting a pill. He did not have a Dao Yuan immortal power, so he could only use the flesh of a savage beast to replace it. Due to the 3 lumps of medicinal liquid being unable to fuse with him, he had added the flesh of the savage beast earlier. That was why the instant the 3 lumps of medicinal liquid possessing great Dao Yuan immortal power collided with each other during the fusion, a violent explosion occurred, catching him off guard. After Qin Xiang found a place to concoct the pill, he was able to avoid it, and now he was going to concoct it again. Fang Heng had already finished refining the pill. He stood beside his father and looked at Qin Xiang together. Although they looked extremely confident, they were secretly worried in their hearts. Just now, Qin Xiang suddenly raised the bet by 100 million. There must be some reason why he was so confident. At this moment, Qin Xiang was also secretly on guard against this pair of father and son. Previously, when he was competing with Lan Taotian to refine Yao Gadan, Fang Heng had secretly disturbed him, so he was extremely wary of Fang Heng. Very quickly, he refined the 3 types of medicinal herbs into a medicinal liquid. He released a very weak trace of counterpower, and then he controlled this sliver of counterpower to pierce through the 3 medicinal liquids like a rope. The moment it said through, the 3 clumps of medicinal liquid automatically fused together. The fusion speed was relatively slow and wasn't as sudden as before. This was closely related to the degree of using the counterpower, proving Qin Xiang's speculation. Not long after, the 3 blobs of medicinal liquid successfully fused together, turning into a ball of white medicinal liquid. By now, it was about time to form a pill. It's going rather well. Don't make any more mistakes. Qin Xiang took out the lightning dragon eagle's meat and placed a lot of it inside, because he wanted to condense 5 pills. The process of him refining the flesh of the savage beast into a Dao Yuan immortal power, and then controlling that strand of Dao Yuan immortal power to merge it with the medicinal liquid was extremely smooth. Seeing Qin Xiang's steady progress, Fang Heng and his father became even more worried. If they lost, they would need to give Qin Xiang 200 million jade money. Although Fang Daiqi was a high-ranking member of the Fang family, it was still very difficult for him to take out 200 million jade money. He could only take them from the entire Fang family's native bank. Fang Daiqi suddenly sent a sound transmission to Fang Heng, telling him to disrupt Qin Xiang's rhythm. As long as Qin Xiang failed this round, they could win. Qin Xiang wanted to split the medicinal liquid into 5 parts, but suddenly felt a weak force approaching him. He immediately released a spatial barrier that covered the entire pill furnace. This B-A-S-T-A-R-D, he really did it. No matter what happens, you will lose for sure. Qin Xiang was secretly angered in his heart, if not for the current situation. Based on his temper, he would have ignored the consequences and fiercely beaten Fang Heng up first. After Fang Heng tried a few times, but he didn't know why the energy he released couldn't enter Qin Xiang's pill furnace. He slightly frowned, then sent a sound transmission to his father, asking him to make a move. Qin Xiang immediately sent a sound transmission to Chu Hongqing. That B-A-S-T-A-R-D wants to disturb me again. It was that son of mine who did it, and he did not succeed. The next step is for his father to take action. Go and distract them. Was not surprised at all when she found out that Fang Heng had disturbed her ability in concocting pills. He had told her about it before, and Fang Heng was not a good person either. Chu Hongqing immediately walked over to the father and son pair and laughed. If you father and son lose, will the Fang family be willing to offer these 200 million jade money? What if the Fang family doesn't come? Can you father and son afford it? Fang Daiqi was about to attack, but Chu Hongqing suddenly blocked in front of him, and at the same time, Qinxiang split the medicinal liquid into 5 groups and started to condense the pill. You don't have to worry about that. The credibility of our Fong family is known to the entire Fire Tao Divine Place. Fong Daiqi said. Is that so? Although I know the Fong family's reputation, I'm a bit worried because your Fong family has never encountered such a thing. Chu Hongqing laughed. Fong Daiqi was a little angry. You guys can talk after you win. Chu Hongqing chuckled. We will win very soon. I am only here to inform you all to prepare. Qinxiang was already at the core formation stage, and it would be completed very soon. So Chu Hongqing had returned to Yu Yan's side. Fong Daiqi and Fong Heng were currently trembling in fear, because Qinxiang had been so calm for so long, which made them feel extremely uneasy. After a while, Qinxiang opened his eyes and exhaled. I succeeded. This Qiyu and Dan is only SOSO. You. Just as Fong Heng wanted to say something, Qinxiang suddenly opened the pill furnace, and then controlled the 5 snow white Qiyu and Dan to float within the furnace. These Qiyu and Dan were S-H-I, plus Ning with a layer of white light, because the quality had already reached the peak. The quality of the Qiyu and Dan he refined was much better than Fong Heng's. Fong Heng and Fong Daiqi, the father and son pair, were both stupefied. Their faces were filled with disbelief as all sorts of complicated emotions surged in their hearts. Anger, jealousy, fear, and unwillingness. The great hall was extremely quiet as they stared at the 5 Qiyu and Dan floating above Qinxiang's pill furnace with stupefied expressions. The legend of only the Fong family being able to refine Qiyu and Dan was broken. Furthermore, the Fong family could only refine 3 pellets at most, but Qinxiang could actually refine 5. The quiet great hall was broken by Yu Yan's loud laughter. Did you see that, younger brother Shin succeeded? The Qiyu and Dan is not only something that your Fong family can refine, the younger brother Shin can also successfully refine it, and it will be much better than what you can refine. LV Ing took in a deep breath and walked over, then looked at the Qiyu and Dan up close. Chu Hongqing knew that Qinxiang could succeed, but she still felt very surprised, but she quickly adapted to it. She smiled and said, You have lost 200 million jade money. Quickly take it out. C. 2389. C. 2389 Fong Daiqi looked at the crowd. He knew that if he reneged on the debt, it would definitely affect the Fong family's reputation, and he didn't have that many jade money in his hands. I'll have someone send it over right away. Fong Daiqi said in a heavy voice. He had already thought of a way to convince the Fong family, and he himself would have to sacrifice a lot of things in order to obtain these 200 million jade money. Fong Daiqi took out the communication jade symbol paper and said the news back to the Fong family. For him to be so sure that the Fong family would deliver this information, it must be because of some exchange, since he also had a high position in the family. After the Fong family found out about this, the entire Fong family was shocked. The Heavenly Tao auction, held by the Fire Reverent School, had already gathered many powers, so it was spread very quickly. Basically, the big families of the Fire Tao Divine Place knew about it, and while they were shocked, they also took pleasure in it. Although these families had a good relations, H-I plus P on the surface, there were quite a few conflicts in the dark. This compet 1. Tie-in caused Qinxiang's reputation to once again reach a new height. Qinxiang had long since gotten used to it, but what made him excited was that he had obtained the Qiyu and Dan's pill formula. In the future, he would be able to refine these Qiyu and Dan and earn a large amount of jade money. Right now, Qinxiang also did not know what to do with the 200 million jade money. Very quickly, an old man walked in and handed Fong Daiqi a storage bag. Although he did not say anything, he must have talked to Fong Daiqi secretly. Fong Daiqi took out 20 jade plates from the storage bag and said, Although these are not jade money, but you can exchange for jade money from the 3 great native bank as a Fire Tao Divine Place. Qin Xiang took the jade plates and looked at them. These were all specially made jade plates and were hard to copy. One was worth 10 million jade money S, and the other 20 were worth 200 million. It's true. Chu Hongqing took it and looked at it and said, Hongqing, when you have time, take it out and trade it with the native bank. Qin Xiang said. Then he handed over all the jade slips in his hands to Chu Hongqing. By giving the jade money to his servant so casually, it could be seen how good of a relations H.I. plus P. Qin Xiang had with Chu Hongqing, but thinking about it, it was pretty normal. After all, they only had the master-servant contract. So Chu Hongqing did not dare to betray Qin Xiang. Fang Daiqi had calmed down as well. What made him puzzled was how Qin Xiang was able to refine Qiyu and Dan, and even 5 of them. The most important thing about Qiyu and Dan was their Fang family's mysterious Tao divine powers. Only by cultivating their Fang family's special techniques could they condense them. Fang Daiqi couldn't understand, so he could only find out by asking. You haven't reached the Tao Yuan realm and don't have it, but you can use the flesh of a savage beast instead. However, you can't use the mysterious Tao's divine power, so how did you do it? Fang Daiqi asked. Right now, he had more than just losing 200 million jade money. If he really lost these jade money, he wouldn't have to worry about it. However, he allowed the Fang family's Qiyu and Dan's pill formula, which they had earned so many years, to leak out, and this was what he was more worried about. If the Fang family's elders were to blame him, he would definitely receive a heavy punishment. I don't know, I just used my alchemy skills to solve the problem. Qin Xiang smiled faintly. He guessed that the Fang family's grasp of the counterpower was not very high. It was only a little bit, in terms of refining pills. That was enough. He had devoured many counterpower-s, so he could cultivate on his own. His body had also merged with the counterpower, and if he needed, he could transform the 6 realms' power into a counterpower. Seeing Qin Xiang being so proud, Fang Heng felt upset, especially when he remembered that Qin Xiang not only had a delicate Chu Hongqing by his side, but he had also won over 200 million of their jade money S, and even obtained the Qiyu and Dan medicinal formula. He was so angry that he wanted to spurt blood. Don't be happy too early, be careful. Fang Heng said in a low voice. What? I defeated your jade money, but you all still want to take revenge on me. Is that what the #1 Tao family in Fire Tao Divine Place is like? Qin Xiang sneered. Humph, I told you to be careful and not sell your Qiyu and Dan without permission, or else you will have to bear the consequences. Fang Heng wanted to say more, but was pulled out of the shop by Fang Daiqi. Qiyu and Dan was a pill that allowed the Fang family to earn many jade money over the years. The reason the Fang family was able to become the #1 family in Fire Tao Divine Place was all because of this Qiyu and Dan. The Qiyu and Dan was only known to be refined by the Fang family, and although their uses were great and their prices were expensive, there were still many people who bought them. Currently, there were already people who could refine them, and if the price was lowered, it would definitely affect the Fang family's Qiyu and Dan sales. What's going on with the Fang family? Didn't that guy say it himself? I can sell Qiyu and Dan-s. Qin Xiang shook his head and laughed. Lad, if you really touch their interests, they will kill you even if they don't want your reputation. Yu Yan's face became gloomy. Be careful. I will. Qin Xiang nodded, and then walked upstairs with Chu Hongqing. Although Qin Xiang did not refine pills for him, but because Qin Xiang was here, LV shop was extremely lively. This period of time was the best period of time for him to open the shop. Qin Xiang sat on a chair and looked at the Qiyu and Dan in his hands while grinning. Hongqing, how many low-grade heaven-stage Qiyu and Dan-s are there? What about 1,000 jade money? It's quite expensive. It's the most expensive low-grade heaven-ranked pill. Chu Hongqing said, You aren't thinking of selling the Qiyu and Dan in bulk, are you? 1,000 jade money was indeed very expensive. Qin Xiang remembered that the difference between the two was huge for a Yaoga Dan of only 80. I don't have any plans yet. Let me use those 200 million jade money for a long time. Chen Xiang laughed. Hongqing, eat one and see how my Qiyu and Dan will compare to the Fong families. You can tell that it's much better than the Fong family just by looking at it. If you want to sell it, you don't have to lower the price. It's even more popular than the Fong families. Chu Hongqing said, and she ate one as well. As expected, it's much better. Usually, it's better to only eat the first 3 stages of Dao Yuan realm. Chu Hongqing licked her lips, looking very charming. Qin Xiang said, "Bring the jade money out. I'm worried that there might be some problems inside." Chu Hongqing said, "You don't have to worry about that. The 3 great native bankers are all very trustworthy, and if you put them in there, you will receive very good treatment when you go to the native bank." Qin Xiang nodded his head. "I will listen to you, Hongqing. I can now partic. 1. P. 8 in the Heavenly Dao auction." Yu Yan had mentioned it to him before. "Sure," Leader said. "He won't make things difficult for you. You don't have to worry. With me here, he won't do anything to you." Chu Hongqing laughed. "Oh yes. How did you refine a Qiyu and Dan? You are truly too amazing." Back then, Leader had closed up many times just to refine this Qiyu and Dan, but he was unable to. "You are truly a strange person. You can always do things that others cannot, and you can even do them very easily." See 2390. See 2390. Qin Xiang trusted Chu Hongqing a lot, not only because he had his own master-servant contract, but also because of the feeling he had with Chu Hongqing. Therefore, he had decided to give Chu Hongqing a little gift as well. "Hongqing, you must have refined Qiyu and Dan many times." Qin Xiang asked. Seeing Chu Hongqing nod his head, he asked again, "Are they all stuck at the stage where the 3 medicinal liquids are unable to fuse together?" "That's right. It's not just me. All of the other alchemists in the Fong family are unable to progress at this stage. The Fong family also told us that we need the Fong family's Dao spiritual force to reach that stage." Chu Hongqing said, "Leader has tried all kinds of methods, but to no avail." Chen Xiang laughed. "I coincidentally have the Fong family's so-called mysterious G. Oh, D-Force, that kind of power is indeed strange, and being called the mysterious G. Oh, D-Force is not an exaggeration. Back then, it was by chance that I obtained it." Chu Hongqing said in shock. "So that's how it is. No wonder you succeeded. I thought it was because you used your powerful pill refining skills." Qin Xiang chuckled, took out a transparent pearl, and poured it inside the counter power. The pearl slowly turned red. If you leave the pearl, it will become transparent. If you fuse the blood with this pearl, even if that power leaves the pearl, you will be able to sense it, and you will also be able to control it. You only need to draw a little of it each time, and it will be enough for you to use the 3 globes of medicinal liquid. Qin Xiang handed the pearl over to Chu Hongqing. "Can I really refine it too?" Chu Hongqing was ecstatic and quickly took it. She was also an alchemist. If she could concoct a pill that she had not been able to concoct for many years, she would feel a sense of accomplishment. Sometimes the alchemists did not refine pills for the sake of eating, but for the joy of producing pills, especially those that were extremely difficult to refine. "Right. Do you have any Qiyu and Dan's medicinal ingredients?" Qin Xiang asked. "In the past, the Fong family gave us quite a bit of money, but we've lost it all in these past few years, and the Fong family didn't give back either. Now, if I go and ask them for it, they definitely won't give it back, and it seems like only the Fong family can grow those herbs. In the past, the Fong family gave us quite a bit of money, but we've lost all our money in these past years, and the Fong family hasn't given it back." Chu Hongqing said, "You don't have to worry about that. I have a way." Qin Xiang had already antic. 1. P aided this problem, so he had pretended to fail before and moved the Qiyu and Dan's ingredients away. The total, life-killing divine deity of Qin Xiang's first and second divine sense, C, were about 200, and the purple pearls he condensed out also had a very strong replicating ability. He only used 10 life and death pearl to make a copy of the medicinal ingredients, and because there were 6 realms D cup as present, he discovered that if he placed the purple pearls inside the 6 realms D cup for a period of time, the replicative ability would increase even more. Here, go and have a try. Chen Xiang quickly copied a portion of it from the ring and gave it to Chu Hongqing. Where did you come from? The moment Chu Hongqing asked that question, he immediately thought of the first time Chen Xiang detonated a furnace, and knew that it was Chen Xiang who had moved it away at that time. Chu Hongqing received the medicinal ingredients and smiled coquettishly. No matter how I look at it, you don't look like an inexperienced brat from the depths of the mountains. You look like a cunning fox. Chen Xiang laughed and pinched Chu Hongqing's jade face. You can finally see it. You're still young in my eyes, little girl. From the moment the Fong family's father and son were cheated so badly by Chen Xiang, Chu Hongqing could already tell. I'm going to refine some pills. Chu Hongqing ran into the secret room. Chen Xiang looked at the Qiuan Dan and said, Are the Qiuan Dan useless against the Dao Ti realm? I'm now at the first level of the Dao body. He did not know a thing about cultivation in the heavenly Dao realm. When Chu Hongqing came out, he would ask him for some advice. More than 2 hours later, Chu Hongqing came out. Looking at her expression, one could tell that she had succeeded in refining it. She had refined it many times before, but all of them were stuck in one place. Now that she had said that step, it was normal for her to succeed in one furnace. Success. Chen Xiang asked with a smile. Yes, it's just that I only managed to refine 2 pills. Chu Hongqing said Chen Xiang to Qiuan Dan S. There's a difference in quality. Of course, you're my servant girl. It's normal for there to be a gap between us. Chen Xiang laughed. The Heavenly Law auction is about to begin. When the time comes, I will inform you to come. And if you go, it will only be to compete with those guys in refining pills. But I heard that the leader will especially change the rules for you. I am not very clear on the specifics, although this guy said that he won't make things difficult for you. But in his heart, he is still very unhappy with you. Chu Hongqing said, and poured Chen Xiang a cup of tea. There's nothing to be afraid of. Chen Xiang laughed. As long as you promise me that you won't kill me. Of course, I will die even if you die. Chu Hongqing laughed. Hongqing, I'm already at the first stage of the Dao body realm. What do I need to do next? I don't know much about this. Chen Xiang said. Chu Hongqing was a little surprised. She thought Chen Xiang was very good at cultivation, but didn't expect him to actually ask her. When I'm cultivating, it's basically the same as before. Cultivating 2 divine sense CS with a powerful fleshly body is basic. Other than this, the more difficult part is comprehending natural law principles. Chu Hongqing said, then opened up her jade palm, and 10 strange lines gradually appeared on her palm. If you gain enlightenment on a Dao mark, you will be able to obtain even more powerful Dao force, which is heavenly D's divine power. The owner has to use the divine sense C world to comprehend it for himself, which is when you step into the Dao Ti realm. Chu Hongqing said, stepping into the heavenly Dao realm, the use of cultivation techniques only increases the strength of one's physical body and powerful divine sense CS. Their physical bodies and divine sense C are strong enough, so comprehending Dao marks would be easier. Chen Xiang held Chu Hongqing's jade hand, looking at the 10 lines of marks on top that resembled spirit grain S. They indeed carried certain charm within, and was naturally formed. What kind of law is this Dao mark? Chen Xiang asked. These are all Dao marks of fire. When you use one Dao mark in battle, you will be able to release a very strong flame energy. If you combine the 2, the power will be different, and you will also be able to use different combinations of Dao marks to release different flame energy. Chu Hongqing said, my main task is to refine pills, so I have to go and comprehend the Dao mark of fire. You should also do the same. Probably. This was also the first time Chen Xiang had seen this mark, and he felt that it was very mystical. Right now, he was not sure of the direction of his mark, because he would need to use spatial energy frequently.